Breathe, my breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our world.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our world.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our world.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our world.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our world.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breathe, my breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our world.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our world.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our world.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our world.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our world.
Heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our earth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Riddhi, you're muted. Unmute yourself. Riddhi, unmute yourself. Thank you and good luck and a welcome to Healing Our Earth. Just kindly unmute yourself. Nishit, make me host. Riddhi needs to unmute. Prompt and unmute to Riddhi. Nishit, do you read me? Yes, Nisi. Riddhi, you are live. Go ahead. Okay, you are still not live. Nishit, can you unmute? Okay, I'll be able to unmute you now. Just bear with me 1 second. And Riddhi, go and unmute. There you are. You can unmute yourself. Perfect.
Global Namaste, everyone, and welcome to Healing Our Earth 302nd episode. And this is a fantastic episode bringing together integrated health professionals from all backgrounds. Without further ado, let's start with the mantra. I am going to do the Gayatri mantra. You are welcome to do whichever mantra works for you. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tatsavidurvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. A global namaste and welcome to everybody for this 302nd episode on Healing Our Earth Integrated Health. Today we've got experts from all of the world joining us globally, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce my co-host to you as well, Dr. Anjali Agarwal. A global namaste, Dr. Anjali Agarwal.
Global Namaste, Riddhi.
Dr. Anjali, can you tell us a little bit more about what you do professionally?
Yeah. So, Riddhi, I'm a physiotherapist based out of Hyderabad, and I deal with a lot of issues related to back pain, holistic care or pain management, prenatal, postpartum care, holistic issues with injury management, and a lot of issues with lifestyle management, which we integrate as integrative health. So, holistic means mental health, emotional health, physical health, all equipped together. And yeah, so we do a lot of practice around my patients who have any back pain, they have injuries, they have postural back pains. There are preggy moms who want to deliver normally, so we help with that. Postpartum mothers who are looking for good rehab, we help with that. So a lot of issues around holistic management of pain without medication, managing pain without medicine, managing any kind of lifestyle disease without medicine. And the best medicine which we give is from the kitchen, or good exercising, good lifestyle, and healthy postures. Yeah.
You know what? That is actually incredible, because 85% of the chronic illnesses are actually lifestyle management and lifestyle disorder illnesses, which shows us that actually by focusing in on the holistic living as a whole, be that mentally, physically, emotionally, socially, we can start to uncover and unwrap a lot of the mysteries that are going on, to be able to get to the root cause of the problem and to start to treat people as whole individuals, not just looking at the symptoms, but starting to look at the deeper processes within. So welcome, Dr. Anjali. I think that is a brilliant seva that you do
Thank you.
in the community.
Thank you.
And also a global namaste, dear Sandhya ji. And Sandhya ji is representing Yog Kulam today and the Om Ashram. Over the last year, she has benefited immensely from the guidance of Hetal Nayak and Beverage Nayak, who are doctors at Om Ashram. Om Shri Guru Pyo Namaha. If you two are listening, it gives us great pleasure today to be able to introduce Yog Kulam on your behalf as well. Sandhya ji, go ahead, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit more about your journey of the last year.
Yeah. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, lives in London, UK, and I have a small family with 2 children and my husband living here. So since until last year, I was ignorant of the what yoga and yogic life can do to one's life. And last year, I was so lucky that I got a chance to learn these Ashtanga yoga practices from our gurus, who are again, as Ridhiji mentioned, Hitalji and Devraji Nayak. And they are the true yogic life they live, and the practices they have showed, which has changed a lot in me from last year to this year, 1 year of practice, along with my medical numbers. Like when I went for the blood test for last year, it was showing 47 as my blood glucose level. And the same blood test I took this year, just last week, and it has dropped down to 42, which is just before the, just like not the pre-diabetic, just before that. So when I started on these practices, I didn't know that this can do wonders from inside your body, healing for these kind of illnesses. It's not illnesses, but it is progressing towards illnesses. Pre-diabetic is a warning signs that if you don't care now, then you may get into worse situations. So that's the thing. But more than that, the philosophy and theory I learned from that, learned from these practices and from my classes, from my gurus, has helped me a lot to think more about on spiritual side of healing. Again, combining the science and spirituality together, like yoga, asanas, and pranayama, to understand more of our body, mind, and intellect. So I'm going to share a little bit of those experiences today.
Fantastic, Sandhya. And I think the amazing thing about it is, for yourself especially, you haven't just learnt the theory of it, but you've also learnt the practical application, not just on the mat, but also off the mat, and how you're applying that into your day-to-day lifestyles, and how, even for example, when you're sitting down for food, you're sitting in Rajas and you're allowing your system to open, you're allowing the digestive system to work, and the blood and the circadian rhythms to flow properly around your body. So things like that, where you're able to energize yourself from a deeper place within. And of course, that's then going to have an impact on your blood sugar levels and your glucose levels. They're going to start to normalize, they're going to start to drop, especially the low blood pressures as well. Blood pressure would start to normalize. And that really is a process of homeostasis. And homeostasis is when we're able to bring the whole system into equilibrium. And one of the key ways in which we can actually do that is the vagal tone. Yes. So actually, as I alluded to a little bit earlier, 85% of illnesses are chronic stress illnesses. And they're based a lot of the times around wrong habits, wrong thinking patterns, wrong samskars that we might be carrying. And through the process of breathing right, so pranayamas, through asanas, correct posture, be that whether we're sitting at a desk or whether we're doing the asanas, or even whether we're just going for a barefoot walk out in nature, And then we've also got our food habits that come into the picture. So moving away from the whole, from the white wheat, moving away from the sugar, and starting to have a whole sattvic meal. And also, we're starting to change our behaviors around the whole process as well of yoga as a whole. So, in other words, what we're saying is there may well be times when we don't feel like waking up in the morning and doing our sadhana practices. There may well be times when we find that it's a little bit too uncomfortable to step outside of our comfort zone and to try an asana where we're stretching a little bit deeper. But actually, these things are really conducive to move away from the tamas and the rajas into a place of sharpness, into a place of clarity, into a place of sattva, where we can start to think a lot better. Not only that, but it clears up our chittams as well. So we're able to make better decisions. Our prefrontal cortex is switched on. It's not in fight or flight mode. So we're able to have social engagements, and also it changes our manners as a whole. It changes the way that we start to interact with the world around us and creates a sense there of emotional stability. What are your views?
Yeah, I completely agree with that, because when you're talking about this, I can relate, like, even though I cannot done, but I have experienced all these emotions throughout my journey of 1 year of practice, and especially clarity of mind. And I truly believe it gets too uncomfortable in the beginning to come out of your comfort zone and get into this practice unless you have a solid reason to do that. But but it's always good to start when you are healthy, because later, after damaging our own body, we may have some limitations of not getting into these practices. But after coming out of the comfort zone and doing these practices every day is something you will get it once you start finding the taste of these practices, like how you feel after doing the practice. That keeps you pushing hard to come out of your comfort zone and do it. And this is as simple as that one, because I was not thinking about like, oh, I need to take down my pre-diabetic levels and all. I was just practicing and following the sattvic lifestyle as much as I can, and following and being that shraddha and vishwas in my guru's teachings. And after practice, how I used to feel from inside, I have carried on with the practices. And now I got, after my blood test, I had results in hand. So that has put more shraddha and into these practices. So you're completely right, like that. We don't, even without knowing, we are fixing all these elements inside our body just by following the postures practice and doing it mindfully. Uh,
I think you touched on something really important there, which is limitations. When people might actually have something going on that's causing stress, causing worry, causing anxiety, causing tension, all of these symptoms start to show up in one way or another, be that physically, be that psychologically. And all of these things are ailments that come up as a result of those habits. But actually, through the practice of yoga, we are able to increase the vagal tone. And as the vagal tone increases, people that may well have felt stressed out before, not the good type of stress, not the eustress, but the de-stress, which is a negative side of stress, can start to transform themselves into a state of peace, into a place of clarity, into a place of quietness. But that doesn't just happen automatically. It takes a lot of hard work. And it takes, even if somebody, for example, isn't that flexible in their body, not that flexible in their spine, then it's about starting at a softer point. So for me, especially when I first started, I know that I was actually using things like blocks, for example, using resistance bands. And it's a really good way in order to start to get the body to wake up, in order to start to get the vagal tone system to kick in. And actually, there's a really simple practice that we can do that I would love for you to do with me. So it's called Pramari, right? So primary is basically when we're placing a finger over the eyes, we're placing another one on the nose, another one on the top lip, and another one on the bottom lip, and we are closing the ears. So if you would like to demonstrate that for us, please, Sandhya. And I'm going to time how long your exhalation is. So let me just get a stopwatch up. Okay, start whenever you're ready.
I'm starting now. I did Ujjayi breath as my inhalation, and while exhaling, I did Brahmari to take, while exhaling, breathe out by making the humming sound with my nose and closing all the ears, eyes, and
Fabulous. So your exhalation there was 16 seconds. Please share with the audience, why were you doing Ujjayi breathing?
so Ujjayi breathing. Shall I show the demonstration of Ujjayi breathing, or how do you want to do that one?
Yeah, so you said when you did the Brahmari, you did the inhalation in Ujjayi, right? Why are we doing Ujjayi? What's the significance behind that?
So Ujjayi breath is another breathing technique which slows down your breath and activates your vagus nerves when we do it properly for a few counts. So it takes time to inhale, like the throated breath. Again, it is called as an ocean breath as well. So that calms down your mind, and mind movement will become slow, and that causes stability and calmness in your body and activates your vagus nerves as well.
Fantastic. And I often find that actually, whilst people are going about their mundane businesses during their day-to-day lives, a lot of the times there's hidden stress which they're not even aware of. But it's things such as sitting in uncomfortable positions at a desk for long periods of time, not stretching, not paying attention to their breathing because the breathing is quite shallow, it's in their chest. So things like Ujjayi breathing really works in order to be able to, as you just said, opening up the throat, opening up the vagal tone as well. And one of the things I've actually noticed in people that are quite stressed, are quite anxious, are quite worried or tired, their eye movements, the pupils dilating, the pupils moving around really fast and darting. So a really simple exercise that we could actually do in order to start to calm down those levels of stress is by just focusing, keeping our head nice and straight in front and moving the eyes up and down and up and going as slowly as we possibly can. Another one that we can actually try is if we stretch out our thumb straight in front of us and we focus on the tip of the nail of that thumb, and we just slowly, whilst we're keeping our head nice and centered, moving that thumb and keeping our drishti on the top of that thumb and seeing how far back we can go. And then when we can go no more, you start to come back, starting to come back, keeping it slow in position, slower yet, focusing on the top of the thumb. And then we can do the same thing going in the other direction as well. The beauty of this is that it starts to calm down the mind, and the mind and the breath are intricately linked with one another as well. So it's really important that as we focus, as you were saying earlier, on the Ujjayi breathing, we're focusing on slow movements. Not only that, but we're also working on the neck as we do that as well. So for example, we're moving slowly clockwise, ensuring that we're not hurting ourselves, but we've got nice, relaxed shoulders. The neck is nice and relaxed. Because the other thing with stress is that stress can start to impact the neck, it can start to impact the shoulders. So we're just keeping it nice and relaxed, nice and smooth, nice and gentle. And by doing that over a period of time, we start to, again, relaxing the mind and relaxing the throat, relaxing the neck, relaxing the shoulders. And then if we try and do Ujjayi again, Sandhya, please demonstrate in Ujjayi breathing. Okay, so we can't hear Ujjayi breathing over Zoom. It's one of those things that we have to actually be able to practice in person. But Ujjayi breathing, just to give our audience a little sense of this, works on sound resonance, the same way as Brahmari will work on sound resonance. And what Ujjayi breathing does is it's like the sound of an ocean. So imagine that you're on an ocean front and the waves going in and out and in and out. And it's that kind of thing that you are mimicking with your own vagal tone, with your own system. And then Sandhya, if you could practice Brahmari again, please. I'm just going to time it. In your own time when you're ready. Start. "24 seconds. Incredible. So this is actually the beauty of the vagal tone. As we manage to start to get the vagal tone to calm, as we start to correct the system inherently, what we're actually doing is slowing down the number of breaths that we're taking each minute. And as students of yoga, that's the key behind having a swastika system, which is a healthy system, because we are actually practitioners of sickness, i.e., we are helping people to heal themselves into a place of health. And that's why this is so key, because even in that short demonstration, what was that, 10 minutes? 10 minutes to actually go through the whole thing. And already we can see the results. So it shows us how strong and how well the vagal system can work. The other side of that, Sandhya, is actually the asanas. So when we're actually focusing on posture, when we're focusing in on our practices, we're not only are we actually working on the alignment, but a lot of the times when, especially within the NHS, when people are going towards healthcare, what they're actually doing is asking for help with their vagal tone, because a lot of the times it's the back, the spinal cord, the neck, and the mind, which if we actually get a perfect alignment on that, would solve a lot of the issues that people have. So things like blood pressure, things like heart rates, things like mental health, so anxiety, stress, and all of that is intricately linked. And I believe you have a beautiful practice lined up for us today that shows us how to align from our ankles upwards. So we're looking primarily at the lower limbs, but actually it's not just the lower limbs, but I'll allow you to get set up and to do the demonstrations, because I think this is wonderful and our audience is in for a big treat. So please go ahead, get yourself set up. And whilst Sandhya does that, I'm just going to say to our audience as well, the benefits of posture, I cannot emphasize this enough, especially when it comes to alignment, aligning the spine properly, stacking the ankles over the knees, over the hips, over the shoulders, over the neck, over the head. Having a proper alignment is so key.
Can you say me, Riteji?
We can. Can you introduce that asana that you're doing, please, Sandhya?
Yes, yeah. So basically, I truly believe that the science and the spiritual practices of yoga and pranayama should go hand in hand and together, especially to cure this or to find the root cause of these illnesses which cause due to stress, anxiety, or inflammation, which could be as worse as diabetes, or sometimes it can cause cancer cells or hypertension. These are all lifestyle sedentary disease caused by sedentary lifestyles. So if you take a common example, like because science is great, science can understand the body very well, and it can cure the it can mend any part of the body and replacements. It has gone really far. But when it comes to understanding these basics behind or the root cause of these illnesses, we need to understand our mind, body, soul, and intellect, how they are working together, and what is the root cause of all these things. So that's where the spiritual practices of yoga and pranayama comes into place. So we will take a simple example, like if we consider our ankle health and foot health, which is the most common problem among next generations. Many has flat feet because their parents have offered them fancy shoes before they start walking, and they never get a chance to walk barefooted. So they have never created proper arcs in their feet, which looks like very small problem, even it's ignored, but that's not an issue at all. But that can cause many problems later in the life with their postures, alignments, lower back pains, even the spinal health. It can go, list can go longer and longer. So these simple asanas which I'm going to show today are really beneficial for strengthening your ankle health and preparing the posture of your feet for right alignment. So when your feet is the where all your muscles come join there, and it's a very important part of your body. And if the feet health and ankle health is taken care, I think we can avoid most of these future problems, which we say always like is old age related problems. But back pains or sciatica pains or even hip problems, but these all can be prevented with these small simple asanas. So today I'm going to show the Vrikshasana, Utkatasana, Malasana, Vajrasana, and the down dog pose, Urdhva Mukha Svanasana. These are again really good for our feet, ankle, and lower limb health. So to start with, simple posture of Vrikshasana, which is also called a tree pose. So in this, all we have to do is balance on one feet, focus on one object, and grow tall. Have a nice deep breath in, and just raise your feet and place it as high as you can on your ankle. So this small posture of yoga asanas is really good for your strengthening of the legs, ankles, and it's good for focus and balance as well. And most importantly, it helps you in releasing the sciatica pain, which is again a growing concern in most of the people who are working on the desk from 9 to 5. And we can do it with the alternate leg as well. So these are simple poses to strengthen our feet and ankles. This is Vrikshasana, which is also called a tree pose. The second one is Utkatasana. It's a chair pose, as you are sitting on an imaginary chair. Again, this is very good to reduce your lower back pains if you have any and maintain your posture, and especially for your knee health, because you're stressing on the knees and balancing in this pose. And from here, it's our capacity. We can increase our comfort zone and can go as lower as you can and can be in this position as long as you want. This is Utkatasana. And the third one is from here, we can go into Malasana. Again, Malasana, if you all remember, our grandmas and all great grandmas used to always sit in Malasana, whatever chores they are doing. And that generations, they never had any knee injuries or knee replacements, which is really common. Especially in India, I'm seeing that every other lady, they are having knee replacements or knee operations as soon as they cross 50s. So again, Malasana is very good for your hip mobility, back pain, and increasing the strength of your calves and lower back muscles. And again, it builds a nice arch in your legs and strengthens the four corners of your legs. So this is Malasana. From here, we can go into Vajrasana. In Vajrasana, we simply join our toes, right toe crossing the left, and sit on your heels. The name itself is Vajrasana, is a diamond pose. This is the very good pose and it benefits most of your illnesses. It is really helpful in getting your blood sugar levels down, treating your hypertension, and especially for blood circulation throughout the body and the digestive system. It is very good for digestive system, especially every time after meals. If you sit in Vajrasana, this is the only asana you can do just after meals, but it can do wonders to your digestive system and improving your gut health, which is the main source of most of the illnesses, not maintaining a proper gut health. So this is Vajrasana. Again, in Vajrasana, while sitting on the heels, it is increasing the flexibility of my ankles and my feet are sickled. So it is touching all the muscles and nerves on my soles of the feet. Along with that, it is increasing flexibility of thighs and knees. So from Vajrasan, I'm getting into the Urdhva Mukha Svanasana, which is down dog. So again, down dog works on your forelimbs. It strengthens your arms, legs, and very good to work on your calf muscles and hamstrings. This will open up your calf muscles and hamstrings. And this is one of the best inversion poses where your head is below your heart, which increases the overall blood circulation of your body. And again, we are using our 4 fingers, hands, palms, and it is strengthening my wrist, shoulders, and it works beautifully on your upper and lower limbs and in maintaining the postures and endurance. It helps a lot in developing the blood circulation throughout the body and which can avoid these varicose veins or bad postures. So these are the few asanas which will help you in maintaining your ankle strength and feet health, which can avoid loads of other problems in the long run.
Wow, fantastic, Sandhya. And it just goes to show us how strengthening and lengthening the back, the spinal column goes hand in hand, and how we can adjust those even for intermediates to beginners. So, for example, in Vrikshasana, a beginner might choose to have their foot a little bit lower on that leg,
Yes,
but it's still
there is.
working on opening up the hip, for
Yes.
example. So it's fantastic to actually see how we can start to awaken the wisdom of the body and start to play with the body and the mind in different ways, in a way that works for us, and then go a little bit even beyond the comfort zone and start to see, okay, what is my next level? Where can I go from here? What is the next thing I can do? So, for example, as you were saying, pushing up from Salabhasana into Ardha Mukha Svanasana is a really important one, because now we haven't actually got the belly on the floor anymore, but we're actually lifting up the whole system. So it's working on strengthening the whole, even the legs, the arms, everything there is actually involved, and actively working, which is one of the best things about yoga, is that while some of the muscles are relaxing, others are actively working, and it works in pairs and in tandems like that, which then enables the whole system as a whole to begin to wake up. Comments, please, Neil Kumar.
Global Namaste, Rihi, and a global Namaste, Sandhya, and a global Namaste, Anjali.
Namaste.
Namaste.
So wonderful chit chat in a session we had. Riddhi, just before we move to the Ayurveda section, where our producer for that section, Vaida Rajan Matankar, will be joining us shortly. I enjoyed the chit chat and the easy way of consumer taking information. I noticed both of you have got almost similar talks. So does it belong to organization? Are you part of any organization?
Yes, we are a part of
Yoga Kulam.
Kulam, which is
Yoga Kulam.
fantastic. And Yoga Kulam is an organization that is there for everyone. It goes to the roots of yoga. So not only are we starting to look at things from a Vedic Indian perspective of the Vedas and the Upanishads, but we're also looking at lifestyle and how we can, as Sandhya alluded to earlier, how we can bring these steps into our day-to-day lives, not just on the mats, but into off the mats too, into almost a state of mindfulness, being mindful of our actions, being mindful of our behaviors on a day-to-day basis. And also it's yoga for all. So we don't discriminate on anything, be that race, caste, doesn't matter. Everyone is equal and everyone can come at this with the same mindset. And that is a positive mindset to be able to transform the stress into a place of peace, happiness, and joy, which is ultimately yoga.
That's
And
it.
your Kulam have been part of Healing Our Earth family for quite a long time, bring so many outreach, comfortable outreach for the consumer. So it's so good. We are beaming live stream this program on many partner channels on YouTube, Facebook, and our website, together with a Twitch as well. Anjali, you love integrated health and yoga and meditation. What did you think of Sandhya Darak's presentation in a chit chat with Riddhi Vyas?
Thank you, Sandhya. It was beautiful. It was so simple and beautifully explained by you. And you talked about each benefit of each asanas, and especially Riddhi, you also talked about vagal tone. And all of you, both of you have helped us understand, what important breathing is and how simple we can make it instead of, a lot of jargons we use. Okay, this is how we got to breathe. This is how we got to breathe. You made it look so simple and for easy to understand for, normal people who don't understand the why of yoga also. And I think so much symptom management is important, but I think what is important more is preventive health, which is so
Yes.
common with yoga, I think, right? Everything's so easy. We can easily do it at any place, office, workplace, house. You can do it any time of the day, I think. Just sitting in the park and you can do your breathing exercises also. So
And
And
some
something
of
that's
it,
one of the
simple.
best things, Anjali ji, that I think you've just touched on there is having those 2 minute gaps, even between our most important tasks of the day.
Yes.
Even, for example, if we're just constantly working on the laptop, getting up, doing a little bit of ankle stretching, focusing on our breathing for 2 minutes, off to the coffee machine, focus, do a bit of stretching. And it's just these little breaks that activate the parasympathetic system, get us into a place of rest and digestion and away from the sympathetic system, which is the fight, flight, and freeze system.
That's
so
so
what
true. It's the
Riddhi,
way. Yeah.
what
That's so
Riddhi
true.
is
That's the
saying,
beauty. Sorry. Yeah.
what Riddhi is saying, have a traffic light moment to yourselves. What is Brahma Kumari doing? 1 minute and 2 minutes every now and then. Focus your eyes up yonders. If you go to windows, look up into the sky, stretch yourself. You may be driving a car and stuck at the traffic light, then go within yourself, be aware of the traffic. Well done, ladies. It was wonderful. And maybe it's time to bring our next host and the next sector, which is going to be the myths of Ayurveda. And let's welcome our senior panelist and co-host today, Vaidarajan Patankar in Mumbai. A global namaste to you in Mumbai.
Yes, global namaste and
Namaste.
very excellent demonstration by both of them, Ridhya and Sandhya. Very excellent demonstrations, and these are definitely useful for not only common man, but all the fraternity who are watching here. So very excellent demonstration. Now I am going to discuss or going to talk with my three experts from India about the myths of Ayurveda. Is Ayurveda safe? Yes, definitely. Is Ayurveda science? Yes, definitely. But still, why not all the people all over the world are not following it? Are there any myths or any documentation? Yes, there are. So, the three experts today, we are going
So,
to discuss.
So,
Where,
Vaidarajan, we are going to eliminate the myths in a moment. Meanwhile, let's say a temporary goodbye to Sandhya Darak for being part of Healing Our Earth and our course, Riddhi Vyas, who is still here. And let's move on to Ayurveda section. A global namaste to you, Sandhya, and a global namaste, Riddhi, too.
Dhanyavad. Dhanyavad for giving a chance. Dhanyavad.
You're welcome. You're part of Healing Our Earth. Riddhi, you are still about, and we can chit chat with some of the Ayurveda experts in a moment and see how they can help us by sorting some of the myths out. So, as you say, Vaidarajan, let's bring, I think
yes,
it's Ajit Mandlecha. He's
yes,
signed under
Ajit
a different name,
Mandlekar.
but I've
Yes,
taken a
yes,
liberty and put him as Ajit.
yes, okay,
I
no
think it
problem.
is this Ajit?
Yes, Ajit, no, this is Prashant Suru. Then second one is Ajit, and third one is in a small picture.
So the
Uh,
Ajit Mandlecha ID is correct. It comes under different name, but I've just put it as Ajit.
yes, 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 correct, correct, correct.
Thank you. So let's go with Prasant Shuru first, shall we?
Yes, definitely. Prashant Suru, I will introduce first of all, is a very expert physician and working on Panchabhautik Chikitsa. That is something different type of medication and diagnostic method. And with him, Ajit Mandlecha and our Shardul Sawan from Mumbai. So about Prashant Suru, he is doing great work in cancer prevention also with a very renowned institute from Maharashtra in Wagholi that is run by our guru, means my guru and his guru also, Vaidya Sardeshmukh, for last more than 25 years. And they are doing it on an integrated approach. So that is one of the important thing. So my first question in chit chat with Prashant Suruji.
So
What is different?
Rajan, we have lost
Yes.
Prashant ji at the moment. We have Ajit here.
Okay.
Somebody is signed as a welcome. I think that is Shardul. Maybe if it is, then I can maybe help him change the name. Is that right?
Yes.
If you look
Shardul.
at the welcome ID, somebody has called himself welcome. I think it's Shardul.
Shardul?
We got Prashant Suru back. Let's bring Prashant Suru.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So my first chit chat with Prashant ji. What is different between regular diagnostic and medication method between Panchabhautik Chikitsa and our regular diagnostic methods? So Prashant ji.
Global namaste to all of you. First and foremost, that Panchabhautik Chikitsa is a part and parcel of basic Ayurvedic concepts only. So there is no major difference between. The only speciality of Panchabhautika Chikitsa of diagnosis and treatment depends upon the thought process. The thought process which deals with majorly, if you consider that it is related to the whole world, the universe is Panchabhautika, made up of 5 elements, gross elements, as we all are aware of: Akasha, Vayu, Teja, Jala, and Prithvi. So that our body is of like same, and Chetana along with it gives us the treatment part of the body to which we are treating. Especially when we think of any of the disease, Hetu, Linga, Aushad, all 3 diseases or 3 steps are considered according to the Pancha Mahabhuta qualities. Instead of when we think of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, Tridosha, or Trimala, or 7 dhatus, they are also made up of 5 gross elements. So according to the Panchabhutic concept, only we consider the treatment part according to the Pancha Mahabhutas, their qualities, and their beneficiaries get the same results as it is in nature. When Ayurvedic basic principles like Loka Purush Samya Siddhanta, Samanya Vishesh Siddhanta, all these basic elements and basic principles remain same. So Panchabhutik Chikitsa is nothing but a part and parcel, a special stream of Ayurveda, where we consider the signs, symptoms, whatever the pathology, according to the vitiation of Pancha Mahabhutas and their qualities. So Panchabhutik Chikitsa has the same concept. All the medicines, every herb, everything in this nature is Aushad. So we consider according to their predominance of Mahabhutas. Every herb or mineral or whatever the living thing is considered as a Panchabhut, Sarvam Dravyam Panchabhutikam Asminarte. Even our body as Panchabhutatmake Dehe. Even the diet to nourish our body, to maintain, is Panchabhutik. So the Chikitsa is also Panchabhutika concept. And so we treat these patients and everything according to the Panchabhutik concept in mind.
Okay, thank you. Very well explained. So about the medication, you also explained कि they are considered as the Panchabhautik. So very well explained. Now I will go to Vaidya Ajit Mandlecha, a very renowned physician and very renowned Panchakarma Chikitsak in Pune, and he has traveled a lot, and his speciality is doing some different things with concepts of some Kerala treatments is his speciality. So my question to Ajit ji, is Panchakarma useful or needed in each and every individual? It's a myth and the facts about these things. Over to Ajit ji.
Global Namaste to everyone, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Uh, so the question what as asked, really everyone needs the Panchakarma treatment or not? It's a very good question because see, we can do Panchakarma treatment to everyone, but we need to understand the basic constitution and the condition of the patient, bala, means the strength of the patient, so that we can execute this Panchakarma treatment in every individual. See, we have two aspects in Ayurveda, that preventive aspect and the curative aspect. So even from the preventive aspect, we can do this Panchakarma treatment to the every individual as per his need and as per his constitutional issues. At the same time, from the disease point of view, from the avastik chikitsa point of view, means from the disease state point of view, that we have to do the analysis of the disease status, and then we can do this kind of a treatment as per the need of the patient, whether he need to undergo any kind of a Vaman or Virechan or any kind of a Panchakarma treatment as per the need. The most important things are the allied Panchakarma treatment, what is mostly practiced nowadays globally. For example, Abhyangam, Vedanam, Shirodhara. This treatment has made Ayurveda globally very famous, especially for example, the Shirodhara treatment, which is worldwide practiced. So, because the stress is the main phenomena where the most of the individual now suffering from this distress, and the Shirodhara is such a treatment where we can help the every individual to eliminate his distress with the help of this Shirodhara tool. That's why we can give this Panchakarma treatment to every individual as per their need, from the conservative point of view and also from the disease point of view.
So thank you, very well explained. Because nowadays it's like fashion to do Panchakarma, or can be called as detoxification. Now it's a fashion, and so many patients or so many customers come to us and they tell us about the Panchakarma, and they know only, as you said, only Shirodhara, only Abhyanga and Swedan, nothing more than that. So I have to explain them very well what is Panchakarma, and very well explained by you. So now my next question to our Vaidya Shardul Savan, who is a very well-known MD physician in Mumbai, and he has done his MD in Rasa Shastra and Vaishajya, and he is nowadays a reader and a professor at our Sai Ayurveda College. So my question to him: are medicines are safe to take without proper guidance of experts, and are there are side effects in our Ayurvedic medicines?
First of all, global namaste to all, and thank you for giving such kind of the opportunity to me. Thank you, Rajan Patankar sir, for giving me such kind of opportunities. So, as sir said, asked me the question that am I audible to all?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
very well.
So, as the sir said, if there is any, we should take any kind of the medicines without the prescription of the or without the guidance of the Vaidya. So, see, as I explained, there are some medicines which from the ancient times in Ayurveda they used to have in our we used to call it as Ajisa Batwa, means that is in our home only, like small things like turmeric or something like cumin seeds or like some kind of a dry ginger. But when we go into the formulations of the Ayurveda, there are some indications where we have to take with what things that we call as an anupana, how we have to take these things. So a small things has to be, see, there is no such kind of the side effects we can say. But yes, if you have to enhance the effects of the Ayurveda, the guidance has to be there with the physicians. A simple example I'm going to tell you about the Triphala. Okay, the Triphala is well-known medicine in a global area. Most probably the patient used to take for a constipation. But in Ayurveda, particularly Triphala used is for a Netra Roga or for a Urdhva Jatrugat Roga. Okay, there is because of their chemical constituents. There is one of the effect is purgation, and the only Haritaki in the particularly Triphala is act as in purgative. The other two are not. Okay, and the Triphala used to be taken with the ghee and honey. Okay, and we are always used to take with the water, because of which sometime the dryness of the intestine will increase, and the you have to take the more and more the percentage of the Triphala, and sometime after some time there is no effect of the Triphala to your particularly to for your particularly that system. So in this type of the era, we should at least we should consider the physician, the Ayurvedic physician, that how we should take the any kind of the medicines. Nowadays, there is too much things are going on with the Ayurvedic medicines. Like there is a some kind of the metals are there, some kind of the lead is there, or the mercury should be not used. Okay, so when we are thinking of all those things, see, not every medicine is content of the minerals or metals. There are herbals, there are herbo minerals, and there are only minerals which contains metals and minerals. But that should also be taken in a under guidance with the physician, so that your medicine effect will be definitely going to enhance. Okay, and because of each and every medicines, like some they are having some kind of the time durations. Like in allopathy we are having the time durations, in Ayurveda also we are having a time duration for some kind of the medicines. Like in Arogya Vardhini or in Suchekar itself, they have mentioned Mandala Kala Sevaya, that is 42 to 45 days we have to take that particularly medicine, then take some kind of the gap, and then you can again continue that. There are some kind of the reasons why such kind of the things has been mentioned in our classical text. So when we are talking about the safety, or when we are talking about the effectiveness of the medicines, yes, effectiveness of the medicine is always there if you are taking in a proper guidance. Because Vaidya or any kind of the Ayurvedic practitioner will tell you that medicine should be taken with which kind of the adjacent liquid, which we called anupana in Ayurveda. Okay, or in which kala, like if you have to go for a particularly constipation, the apan kala, or the if you have to go with the particularly for a urdhva jatrugat roga, just after the in nishikal we have to take. So that particularly change of the time, change of the any kind of the adjacent drugs, so it will help to enhance that particularly for that effect of that medicines. And if you're talking about the safety, yes, if the medicines are prepared in a proper way, they are always safe. Okay, there is no such kind of the toxicity will be there. Nowadays there is a problem with the bhasmas or the any kind of things, but bhasmas are very much nanoparticles which can easily they are not going to deposit in your body. First of all, they are just act like a catalyst and they can go out of the body. So if the deposition is happening, there is might be the some another issues, but there is no such kind of the things are with the bhasma or minerals if they have made in a properly, and if you are taking in under the guidance of the Vaidya or the physician, Ayurvedic physician.
So thank you, very well explained. And now my question to Vaidya Prashant ji, as mentioned by Shardul ji, is there any difference, as he said, about the medicines, not medicinal preparation, but the quality and the quantity of the medicine? Because as per my knowledge, Panchabhautik medicines can be used only in a small dose as a nanoparticle, and they are really grateful and great effective. So please explain about that.
Thank you very much, sir. I take this opportunity to explain that my guru, Gruhatrai Ratna Vaidyaraj Atmaram Datar Shastri, is supposed to be the pioneer of Panchabhutika Chikitsa concept, a different stream of Ayurveda. And he was very much fond of preparing our own medicines at his own places, or in our medicine practice. We do prepare our own medicines. Once you know the real raw material, the true, the proper, and along with that the process which is asked by text, if you are following it, there is no harm. But still, we have to be careful of a patient's prakruti, and according to that, that particular herb, for example, marking nut, which is called as hallataka, is very hot and might be troublesome to a particular patient. So it is Vaidya's duty to select a proper medicine in a proper form and in a proper kalpana, that means Panchavida Kashaya Kalpana and all. According to that, the proper dosage is decided. Vaidyaraj Data Shastri used to prepare his own medicines, and he was sure, cocksure about that purity of that medicine is very good. So the minimum dose is enough. Truly speaking, Panchabhotik Chikitsa concept applied for everything. Chay Prakop, the Shatkriya Kals, it is applied. For Panchakarma, Vaman Virechan, it is based upon the Panchamahabhuta Vichar, bringing doshas from Koshtha, from Shakha to Koshtha, Vriddhi, Abhishanda, Pak, Srotomukha Vishodhan, Vayu Nigra, all depends upon Panchabhotik concept only. And according to that, Panchabhotik Chikitsa concepts and the medicines with the low dosage are enough with no harm. But still, for example, Varangaka Kshar is a Kshar. Now, Vaidya Data Shastri has mentioned about 85 years back about Amlakshara concept, Amlakshara Siddhanta in Ayurveda. Nowadays, in a global way, in westernized lifestyle, they are thinking of acid food, alkaline food, acid diseases, acid peptic diseases. Whereas Data Shastri well explained, Panchabhotik way about Amla and Kshara, the chemical alchemy concept. According to that, when the preparation is done, purification of the medicine is done, whichever the herb or the mineral is, the purification is more important to minimize the side effects, to take and wash out the doshas, and to enhance its qualities. So this Amlakshar concept, basically wherever we use any of the metal, the basic purification method, taile takre gawa mutre, yaranale kulat tajet, is basically depend upon the Amlakshar concept first, and then the further processes for the purifications are used. So according to me, Panchabhotik medicines, any of them are nothing different from the basics, like Dr. Chaman sir mentioned about Sooth Shekhar and Tribhuvan Kirti or whatever the medicines. Each and every medicine is Panchabhotik. So we have to select the medicine according to its quality, as per the need of the patient, patient's avastha, and the seriousness and the deep depth of the pathology. So selection of medicine is depend upon, even for a tree, if we consider one tree, the roots are moreover of Panchabhotik way, Prithvi Mahabhuta Pradhan. The leaves are more of Vayu Mahabhuta Pradhan. The flowers are Rupavan, Taijasa, and the fruits with the plenty of juice, if it is. For example, any of them, juice or water of from coconut can be considered in the water into the akasha. So diseases related to the bladder and all, where in akasha water is there, it is very useful. So as in nature is in body. So Panchabhotik concepts, if the dose is proper, selection of medicine is correct, especially for example in prameha, bahu drava shleshma dosha vishesha. So we do not give liquids more to the prameha patients, but instead of that, the same combination can be used in a churna or in a yoga of Gugul. So the selection of Panchavida Kashaya Kalpana also depend upon Panchabhotik concepts. That is, many things can be planned, done, according to the base in the mind, basic principles of the Ayurveda. Thank you very much. I must thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity and to pay my homage to my guru as well. Just 2 days back, we had Guru Purnima. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prashant, Guru. Rajan bhai, let's take some questions which are from the social media, and this can refer to either Ajit or Shardul. Each three of them, let's summarize, have mentioned take good guidance from qualified Vaidyas. Don't go on the street and the bazaar, which happens in India, but if you are in the Western world, go to accredited Vaidyas. And if you've got any diagnosis from medically condition, do tell them so they don't clash with what they tell you, because they have to take your word before they diagnose what you want, okay? So maybe this is for Ajit over here. Subhadra from South Africa is saying that she actually loves Panchakarma. She started Panchakarma because she has got digestive disorders. But one of the person in the family has got skin disorder, and the Panch Karma person said that yes, Panch Karma can also help skin condition. Can you confirm that is true? And is it true that Panch Karma is very good for digestive disorders? Over to you, Ajit.
Okay, thank you for this question. Okay, basically, for the digestive disorder, first we do the, as I stated first, that during the Panchakarma treatment, first we do the Pachan treatment. Pachan treatment is we give the first digestive medicine and then we subject the patient for the therapy. For example, if we want to do a Virechan treatment or if we want to do any kind of a Basi treatment, so first we decide the state of the disease and then we subject the patient for the therapy. In the same way, in the skin disorder patient, see, it's a very good therapies are there for the skin disorder. Now, for example, where there is a psoriasis, neurodermatitis, such kind of disease, person can be very well treated with this Ayurvedic therapies, especially the allied therapies. For example, the Takradhara or Tailadhara, this kind of therapies, they are giving very good result in the skin disorder patients where there is a scaling, where there is a dry eczema, or there is a any kind of whether there is a psychosomatic element is very involved in the skin disorder, that gives a very good result with the help of this Takradhara or Dhara treatment.
So
And
let's
the second
pause,
point,
Ajit, let's pause there. You mentioned the word psychosomatic. Let's explain to the people who may not be qualified. So what Ajit is referring to, if it's in your mind but it's not there, then again this will help. So don't let your mind drive you. Sometimes it is in your mind and you feel you have got an ailment or a disease or a condition. And what Ajit is saying that yes, roughly saying the skin problem can be also helped. So if you are medically diagnosed, then if you tell your Vaidya, they can actually give you the alternative or complementary or additional Ayurveda treatment that will not clash with your current treatment. Am I right, Ajit?
yes, sure. And after that, we this is just like a palliative or pacifying treatment, that what I just talked about, the Takradhara. That the another therapies, like there is a woman, means that therapeutically induced vomiting process or therapeutically induced purgation treatment. These are the treatment they are helping again to detoxify the body, because in the skin disorder patient, this is very much required to overcome this itching problem or the dryness issues and all the toxins which are accumulated into the body. So they need to be frequently subjected to the this kind of a therapeutically induced purgation and the vomiting process.
Thank you, Ajit. Let's move on. We need to move on as well, so we get more questions. Rajan bhai, we've got 3 more questions. Let's handle them so people enjoy that as well. Remember, always go to a qualified person. It will help you. If you've got any medical condition, disclose them. Depending which country you are, certain liabilities apply. So please help your Vaidya if you like. There is another question over here, and this quite a few people have said who like Panchakarma. When they go for a Panchakarma, then they find that they've got fatigue or tiredness. Does it mean that it's working, or is it the wrong thing happening? So maybe Prashant can answer that, or Rajan Bhai, you can answer, or Shardul can answer. So is it normal to get fatigue and general malaise and tiredness after you do Panchakarma?
Sorry, if it's not done properly, then this thing happens. So that's why the expert in Panchakarma must come in the picture to do all these things. Because as Ajit said, it's a kind of a detoxification, or as he said, that pacifying, and that second treatment, the second treatment part, which is done in Panchakarma. No, there are side effects if it is not done properly, or a proper Vaidya. Yes, there are side effects in each and everything. But if it's done properly, then no side effects like this, fatigue or anything. But Ajil will only highlight on this also.
Yeah, as rightly say, Dr. Rajan sir said that the first of all, the most important in such kind of a detoxification therapy, we give the special medicated ghee to drink. See, the basic main importance of the drinking of ghee, if you look at the cellular level, its cell wall is made from the fat. So we need a good quality fat to strengthen the every cells. So that's why we give the increasing dosage of the ghee to the body, so that body is getting prepared for such a detoxification therapy. Because this Vaman procedure or Virechana procedure or Basti procedure, they are quite intense. So that's why in a pre-preparation method, we give this oils or ghee internally to strengthen the body, so that there will be no fatigue or no tiredness will be there. Please.
Yeah, Prashant has a comment.
Just one thing to add, that these panchakarmas are known as actual operative procedures, and for that you need pre-operative conditions and fitness for the patient, whether he is or fit for the surgery or fit for that procedure or not. It has been decided by the doctor, the Vaidya, and then only he will do that. So if the proper process is done, there won't be any side effect. But
So
the technical methods are there where some errors are there. Truty is what we say, may not be the mistakes, they are the errors. Then you may have some problem unless and until there is some improper things or improper patient is chosen for particular thing.
Okay, so let's summarize here. You should not get massive fatigue or tiredness. Very general one may be okay. If you do get it, report back to the Vaidya and see if he has got it right for you particularly or not. So till you don't feedback the Vaidyas, they wouldn't know how to handle, because the pain or fatigue or whatever condition you are feeling. So do interact. And generally, you should not feel very bad about it. You should start feeling improvement on it. This question might be good for Shardul. Shardul, general questions over here. And
Yes,
we always mention this. Is it worth taking raw spices or raw material, or in a powder form? What will work better and faster?
Okay. So as Dr. Suru also said, or everyone used to say that the raw powder or raw materials or whatever the form of the medicines, okay, is always depends on the patient's requirement. Okay, as we used to say, ki if Panchavida Kashay Kalpana is totally depend on the digestive property of that particular patient. Okay, as we used to say that swaras means the juice is too heavy to digest. If the patients are having the digestive issues, then first swaras should be not given to that particular patient. And as we are saying, Swaras matra means the juice, the dosage of juice is only maximum we can say 30 ml, and the juice what we are drinking is almost 250 ml, and we are means when we are taking any kind of the juices. Okay, so when then we used to have the kalka, which is the dry wet powder form. Okay, then we are having kwatha, then kalka, and then we are having the churna, which is the dry form of the kalka. So when we are talking about the raw herbs in a churna form, the convenience might be okay, but the effectiveness is always depends whether this churna is required for that patient or not.
So,
If
Shardul, let me
yes,
refine the question, what people want to know. Is
yeah.
a powder form better than a raw form? So let me give you 3 examples. Is ginger eating fresh better than the ginger powder? Is turmeric eating fresh better or turmeric powder? So effectively, is the powder form more better and faster working or raw ingredient?
Sir, I'll explain you for that definitely, because Ayurveda believes samskaro hi gunantara dhanam. So whenever any kind of the samskar happens on that particular medicine, the medicinal power will change, or the action of that medicine will definitely going to change. Okay, as you are asking me that raw ginger is good and ginger powder. So in Ayurveda, when we are having a raw ginger, we used to call it ardrak, and when it is in a dry form, we used to call it shunti. So the medicinal power or the medicinal effect of both are different. The site of action of that both are different. So when we are talking about the ginger, ginger will act on the amashaya particularly, which is the we can say the duodenum part or the stomach part and duodenum part of that particularly intestine, and the dry ginger will act on the pakvashaya particularly, which is the large intestine of the part. So we cannot distinguish between the ardrak and ginger, because distinguish will depend on the which kind of the medicines we are going to prepare. According to you, the raw ginger is and the dry ginger, the Latin names are same, but according to Ayurveda, the effect will change and it get drier. As simple, I am going to tell you, like when we are having the raw mango effect is different when it going to be properly formed into
Ripen one.
pakwa form. It is in a proper ripe mango. So the effect of both mangoes are different, whether their Latin name is same, but the effect change when it goes into that samskara, that paripakvata, that ripeness. So
Amount
Thank
these
you.
things are different.
amount depends upon the use of. We can use ardraka in our food as a medicine, and
Yes,
we can use our medicine as a food.
definitely.
Correct, correct.
Okay, so let's
1000%
move
correct.
on to the last question over here. And we can end up this session. We are going to go to Chakra Samiti. Expert Jitendra Patwari is there in India. He's our resident expert over here. He will bring some nice chakra and integrated way of life. Damayanti has posed a question here. When the skin goes from white completely, is it reversible? I think she's referring to vitiligo. Maybe anybody, if you just raise your hand and answer for Damayanti, please. Can Ayurveda help?
All three can answer because they are expert in that. And as Ajit ji is very techno savvy, he has developed so many instruments also to replace some old techniques. And so he will answer, then Prashant ji will also answer, and
Okay,
Shardul
you've
will
got
also
1
answer.
minute each. If you could answer, please. Can the white skin, which has been completely white skin, is it reversible? I guess he's talking about vitiligo. First was Ajit. Ajit, over to you for a minute.
Okay. First of all, it's if there are small patches, yes, to some extent it is reversible. If it is fully blown on the whole body, it is not able to get completely reversed. This is the first thing I need to make it clear with my experience. Maybe other physicians or other Vaidyas, they may be having some different experience. But as per my experience, when it is on the full body, it's very difficult to reverse it complete way. And the second thing, as a part of Panchakarma, see, we are subjecting such kind of patient, first of all, to the woman, and second is the Virechan. So with these two kind of a Panchakarma therapy, we are giving to this patient, and at the same time, when there is a small areas are there where we are applying the leeches to overcome this kind of a disorder.
Thank you. And over to you, Prashant.
Yes, rightly said by Dr. Ajit sir. Ayurveda has mentioned the side effects and mentioned the limitations of the science as well. When the vitiligo appeared on your lips and all, it is almost irreversible at that stage. So stages are also mentioned. It is considered as a Bhrajakapetta Vikruti, application of oils, application of lepas, and some other things like Ajit said for the woman and Virechan, Bhrajakapetta Vikruti is considered, and to treat that we have, yes, we have potent medicines, but the science has its own limit. One has to keep it in mind and then try it. Don't challenge the science.
Thank you. And last 1 minute to Shardul. Your comments, please.
Okay, so as all both my sirs are said that Ajit sir also and Prashant sir also, yes, there is definitely the limitations for a science. But if my first question when they come, if we will treat it in a proper way, in a proper time, then definitely Ayurveda is the life science which will definitely going to give you the very good life when you treat it in a proper way. That is my conclusion of for this session.
Absolutely. And Rajan Bhai, thank you for bringing the three experts. We'll take your comment as well, Rajan Bhai. Damayanti Ben, you are listening, you are present here in the Zoom. If it's fully completely fully blown with LIGO, then we've got lesser chances of treating that. If it has started developing into patches, then see immediately, and there may be a relief over there. We take a quick comment from Rajan Bhai, then we will go to Anakul, our resident orthopedic surgeon. Rajan Bhai, your comment, please.
Yes, yes, very well explained by all the three experts. And in my opinion, this is the beginning of, I should say, the myths about Ayurveda. And so many webinars should be there about this. So thank you very much, all of three. They are my good friends.
Thank you.
They are my good
Thank you
teacher
very much.
also. Thank you very much.
And all three of you, you are part of the Healing Our Earth family. We hope you've had a pleasant experience at Healing Our Earth. You are fully part of Healing Our Earth. Just before you go, Anakul, our resident orthopedic surgeon, and he is still practicing. So, Anakul, a global namaste to you, and you had a comment.
Global namaste to all. What I wanted to
Namaste.
ask was something very important. In my normal clinical practice, particularly related to bodily aches and pains, as a spinal surgeon, I face many patients who have got chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia-like syndromes, and generalized bodily aches and pains. They have headaches, they have huge amount of anxiety, psychological issues, gastric irritation, and bowel problems. Can Panchkarma work in these conditions, given the fact that it does benefit inflammatory biomarkers? There's an alteration of metabolic function, there's a reduction in the stress hormones and gut microbiomes.
Ajit, this is your specialty. Maybe you have a quick 1 minute, and then we go around with all three of them. Ajit, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. See, sir, basically, as you said, when there are this multiple joint pain or this muscular pains are there, see, first we give the digestive, like for example, the Shadharan Churna for the digestive point of view, for Pachana point of view. Then the secondly, we give the Abhyangam, that is a massage, therapeutic massage. And second thing is that we give the uh, various kinds of the sudation or the fermentation treatment to overcome this kind of a pains and ache. So that helps a lot to reduce the pain from the pain management point of view. The second point, what you said about the gut issues, there we do the BST treatment, means this enema treatment. I will not say enema, but you see, it is like we are administering the medicine through the anorectal route. So like there is one kind of a retention and there is one kind of a detoxifying anorectal treatment, that what we do for such kind of a colonic treatment, you can say like that. And as you said, that there are all this anxiety and psychosomatic issues are there. For that purpose, we do the Shirodhara treatment, means all the scalp related treatment to reduce the anxiety, to reduce all these stress induced markers are there. So to reduce that, so this kind of Shirodhara treatment and the scalp related treatment, that helps a lot to reduce this distress.
So Anukul, what we will do, Rajan Bhai will keep you and connect you with all three of them.
Yes, sure.
Like we do at Healing Our Earth, let's form a group where we can help each other, and for that we actually improve and create better communities. Prashant, your quick comment and then we'll wind up with Rajan Bhai and move on to Jitendra Patwari.
It is almost said by everybody. Ajit has explained it very well. And the things, see, if nobody keeps his own complex in mind and knowing his own science is a proper way, the pros and cons, limitations and expectations, everything, we can help each other and to the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam concept as well. So, no pathy is required, not the homeopathy, not only Ayurveda, not the allopathy. Patient needs the sympathy and empathy. So, if we keep it in mind, the whole world will get Sarvepi Sukhinas Santu. Thank you.
There you are, very simple. It says
Very
total solution, and let's make it one globe. Rajan Bhai, your quick comment, and then we move on to the next session, which will be Chakra,
Yes, sir.
Chakra Samiti. The person who has wrote the book about that is here right now with us. He is going to show other alternative way how to improve life. Rajan Bhai, your quick comment, and thank you to all the three wonderful guests you brought.
Very excellent question by Anukul ji. Yes, this is, I should say, integration of the science, and this is need of the hour. So if we practice with integration, it's definitely helpful to, as said by Prashant ji, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the line of the, I should say, today's our discussion. So thank you very much, and thank you all of you for joining.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Anukul, we hope you had, Anukul, of course, is a very senior person and he collates information. He will also be in touch with you with Indian knowledge system. So it will be very nice to brainstorm. And Rajanji, now is the time to go to Jitendra Patwari. And he is going to bring some relief as well to our audiences everywhere. He is also the author of Chakra Samhita. Let's see what he has got lined up for us. And thank you to all the three wonderful souls from India for Ayurveda, including Rajan Bhai. Jitendra Patwari, a global namaste to you.
Global namaste, Nilkumar ji and everyone.
And wonderful to have you at
So
Healing Our
lovely to
Earth.
listen to all
And
these
what
Ayurveda
relief are you
experts.
going to bring to people who are listening to us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and website?
Yeah, and it was so lovely to listen to all the Ayurveda experts. It reminded me of my Panchakarma when I was sick and through Ramsay Hunt syndrome. And in 2000, I had been to perhaps the best hospital, that was Arya Vaidyashala, Kottakkal. And I had been there for a month. I've gone through not even Shirodhara, Shirobasti also. And for one full month, I've gone through Panchakarma. As you know, Nilkumar ji, I've gone through various modalities because allopathy said no, homeopathy said no, even Ayurveda could not do. So many other modalities I tried, and ultimately I'm out of all these things. Everything contributed. So my personal case is like an integration. Otherwise, 5% from allopathy, 10% from something else, 15% from something else, and ultimately I'm with you. Though it's a matter of long back of 1998 and 2000. Integrated healing.
Let's bring some education to our audience Over the next 20 minutes is all yours. Before we chit chat, welcome and lead us through happy life.
Okay. So, integrated healing. So, it's not about a mixture, but it is about harmonizing body, mind, and spirit, all the three. Emotional balancing, physical health, spiritual progress. Even the WHO now talks about SQ, emotional quotient, and now spiritual quotient. WHO has also started talking about that since long rather. So the entire integration, that is the integrated health approach. Because after all, we and earth are not different. Aham Brahmasmi. The gentleman talked about Pancha Mahabhut. We are also made of that. And the earth is also made of Pancha Mahabhut. So ultimately, if we heal ourselves, if we heal the inner, then automatically, if everybody start healing the self, then the earth will be healed, which is our motto, healing our earth. So for that, it's very much necessary that we should help healing ourselves. If we make our world small, even limited to our own being, personal being, and all the knots of the being should be properly orchestrated, and then we'll be able to heal all around us. Our thoughts are worst, rather, they are more dangerous to the earth than the plastic we are talking about. We are talking about plastic waste and it's not going for 1,000 years and all that. But our thoughts ultimately create vibrations, and vibrations create environment. Thoughts create actions. Actions also create lot of issues. So basically we should come on the thoughts. And as such, the research is well known that the impact of our words and thoughts on water is tremendous. Dr. Masaru Emoto, the Japanese scientist who had made a lot of research on that, hardo.net was the site. Fortunately, I was in contact with him. He died in 2014. And there's a long research. I'm not explaining it here. But he proved that, he proved to the science world that the impact of thoughts and words is tremendous on water. And the body is made up of 70% water. So obviously, the impact on our thoughts and our words. If we say get out to someone, then that person will be impacted only if that person is sensitive. But our own water, 70% of our body, will get impacted. So we have to heal that too. And these emotional toxins ultimately, they are creating the issues. If we can smile in a traffic jam, then it is advanced yoga, I believe. And there are energy points, energy pockets rather, energy centers, whatever we call, or we call chakra or plexus. But that means they need to be balanced. And they can be balanced when the emotions are balanced. And emotions are balanced when we are aware about our thoughts. And unfortunately, because of the sickness, I suffered a lot. And fortunate that because of the sickness, I could go deeper into all these things. So it should be an integration. It can be allopathy too, it can be Ayurvedic too, it can be any other modality. It can be a color therapy too, a simple color therapy which anyone can easily use. A simple water bottle of different colors, the 7 main colors of 7 energy centers, that can be filled up with water, placed in sunlight, and then afterwards when the water is drinkable, we can drink it and tremendous changes can come. That is the experience, actual experience of people who have used that. We can change the stationery. We can change the, women can change the kitchen, bottle colors and everything. Our outfits, whatever we can think of, furnishing, furniture, we can use that. Yoga is always there, and yoga is a vast concept. But what we understand, what people generally understand now, they have kept it to yogasana, yoga postures. Okay, let us talk to yoga postures. For this moment, let us say yoga postures. Then for every gland and every system of the body, for respiratory system, for excretory system, for digestive system, reproductive system, cardiovascular system, neurosystem, there is always a different set of yogas. They can be impacting different systems together at a time, more than one system at a time. So rather than choosing a disease for yogasana for a disease, we should choose a yogasana set for the entire particular system. That will be helpful. Secondly, so many people may not be able to do the yogasana because of the physical constraints. The easiest part is mudra. We can always go with various mudra, and they also give excellent results. And I'm telling all these things based on the experiences of my readers who have practiced various things. Food. Ayurveda already talks about food, but just let us give us diversion. Food from the energy center angle. If you have particular defect, particular issue, not defect, particular imbalance in an energy center, then you can use the food accordingly. Or I'm reading one name here. I was just, one lady is participating here, Kushi Ladda. I just read the name somewhere. I remember when she first read my book, then what she did, she started making her breakfast in such a way that all the food for all the 7 energy centers was covered under her breakfast. She had sent me a photo. So I remember that. A very simple thing. No need even to go to a doctor for that. Aromatherapy. Simply get a diffuser, get the aromas of different energy centers. Again, I'll give the same example, Kushi. She had first started using it and sent to me. So based on such readers, I know, based on the experiences shared by such people, I know that this is possible. Neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, affirmation. Now most of the people know about the power of affirmations if they are carried out in the right way. Because it's tricky rather. Creating an affirmation is tricky. Sometimes a negative affirmation is created out of ignorance. Negative means, suppose I'm never frightened. Then affirmation is made, I'm never frightened. Then it's a negative affirmation because never word is never taken by the subconscious mind. So subconscious mind reads that I'm frightened. So it has to be, I'm bold, I'm courageous, I'm daring. It is something like that. So that should also be like taking a treatment from an Ayurveda expert. The affirmation also to be made by someone who knows about subconscious mind. Visualization is a great technique. And we can find fantastic results with that. Panch Mahabhut we talked about. Every energy center is connected to some or the other. This element, like the first center, first chakra is connected with earth element. The second, reproductive system, that part is connected with water element. Then digestive system, that is connected with fire element. This in Ayurveda we say Mandagni, Tikshanagni. All those, we already use the word. Even we use the word fire in the belly. Right? Same way for cardiovascular system. Because there is a gland there, thymus gland is there. So that is air element. Then finally, for respiratory system, that is ether element. So we have separate remedies for different elements. We can do that too. This can be done without any medicines. This can be done at home. There are various techniques and we can do that. Then for every meditation is always great. But one pill cannot be fit for everyone. Similarly, one meditation technique cannot be fit for anyone. If someone is depressive and we give a meditation technique that makes him cool down, then he'll go in further depression. You should have what also used to say Sakriya meditation, active meditation. Something that lifts up the energy. Similarly, something is hyperactive, then that person should be given a cooling meditation. So the best way is to give the meditation according to the particular chakra or the energy center, energy pocket. And once a certain level of balance is created, then we can go for 7 energy center combined meditation. Similarly, for every element, we can go through a different, like Jala Tattva meditation, water element meditation, earth element meditation, like that. For all the 5 elements, we can do like that. And the most important part, psychosomatic, that word has been used. And Nil Kumarji very nicely explained to everyone. I'll give some examples. If someone has some insecurity, people can relate. If the lower back pain is there, then definitely there is some insecurity. There is some fear. If someone has a lower back pain here, then please think of it. If someone has jealousy, frustration, then definitely somewhere near the heart there will be an issue. If not today, then tomorrow. Because these energy centers in the second body, they protect us up to a certain level. But then a time comes that they fail to protect us. And so the issues arise. If somebody is very shy.
So Jitendra, shall we pause here? We are now coming to quantum analysis, which is very good because the consumer can take something home. So let's go back to the lower back pain. And for back pain, who better than our spinal surgeon here as well, who is a master and a very renowned orthopedic surgeon here in United Kingdom. And you also mentioned psychosomatic. So let's go step by step, and then we will go with jealousy and the heart, because each sector will help the consumer. They don't need to be qualified. We will give you tips in a simplistic form. Anakul, back pain, and coming back from a chakra point of view, let's have a chit chat with Jitendra and help the people who are listening to us who may not be qualified as a doctors or stuff. So let's go to the back pain. What are your thoughts on a back pain?
Okay, lower back pain. We shall take up 3 things.
Yeah. Let's go lower back pain.
Lower back pain. Lower back pain, that person is feeling some insecurity. Mostly financial. Even if a person is rich, they can feel insecurity, financial insecurity, for various reasons. They may feel that someday we'll lose in business. Someday my son will spend in gambling, or whatever. So even the rich people can feel the financial insecurity. That is a major cause. And there can be various kinds of insecurities, health, relationship, and various things. If
Now,
the guilt
Anupul,
is
you
there,
believe in both the systems from medical to integrated to Indian knowledge system and everything. Let's slightly expand on that so the consumer can take something home. Let's extrapolate from what Jitendra has said.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, thanks, Jitendra ji, for giving such fantastic information. Before I go into the back pain issue, must tell you about the water-related issue. There's been recent research which has been conducted by, I forget that she was Polish physicist who has found out and has been able to demonstrate the changes that happen in the molecules and the structure of the crystals with the process of thinking. There are numerous changes, and there's a huge amount of work which has been done. And I heard this lecture in partly, actually, unfortunately, I was preparing for another lecture. So she presented her paper in the IIT Mandi very recently. It was a fantastic paper, and they're setting up a department in the IIT Mandi on how the structure of the molecules, etc., change and crystals change in the water with the process of your thinking. Just sitting in a room and your thought process can bring about change in the crystals. Interestingly, Sanskrit has got more than 73 words for water, and I was quite surprised that all these words have got a meaning with your sentiments and emotions. And I was quite surprised with that. So, unfortunately, in the current system of our current system of medicine or whatever it is, or the general science, we consider water to be just H2O, and it is available in the form of ice or otherwise. But the thought process can bring about a lot of change. So that's just a small information. Coming to back pain, let me tell you that when it comes to, even if we find out there's a proper physical problem giving a person back pain, could be stenosis and a whole lot of things, we do not intervene by and large unless and until we are sure of the psychological state of the person. And in the past, I'm talking of when I was doing my spinal fellowship way back in 1991, we used to do something called MMPI, the Minnesota Multiple Personality Index. It is 52 questions questionnaire, and we used to do a whole lot of questions to find out whether there was anxiety, depression, or combination of whatever it is. Nowadays, we do various other tests, but unless and until the person is assessed by a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist to find out if there are additional elements, we do not intervene unless the person is fit enough to take it on. But the reality is that I did out research on the psychological state of the mental of these patients and trying to do intervention. Once we tell the particular person that there is a psychological issue also behind, then what happens is surgical intervention is often successful. As such, back pain surgery is not a very good thing to go ahead unless we are sure that the person is going to benefit. But once the person is told that he is going to benefit, provided his psychological issues are appropriately addressed, then the benefit is tangible. But otherwise, the benefits are not satisfactory. And there are also many times that someone very correctly said that you have to be empathetic. Many of the patients, we might treat some patients just as a person to be operated on and sent off. But in reality, you have to take into account the entire social and cultural circumstances for this. But I have another very important question to ask. Within the society now, of course, you're talking from India, but when I'm talking from England, and we have to take into account the various social and cultural incidents. Just 2 days ago, 2 days ago, yeah, exactly. This Friday, I was talking to a consultant psychiatrist who was one of my patients, and I was asking her that, what do you think about the PTSD in patients, pregnant patients, and the fetus and the neonates. She's a psychiatrist for neonates. I was surprised to say that there's a massive increase in the number of PTSD patients in the neonates. I said, I never heard of PTSD, and how do you detect PTSD? He said, yes, there are various symptoms. And surprisingly, the neonates are showing symptoms of PTSD. Now, if you really have to consider the psychological state of a particular person before getting married, during pregnancy, or after marriage, or not getting married, there are various issues that can happen, how the women are treated in the society. And she was saying that many of these women are very badly treated by the husband. They undergo sexual abuse, physical abuse, and the mother suffers and the baby also suffers. So I think that's much bigger topic, and I'm quite sure how do you I don't know how you exactly address these conditions in your normal clinical assessment and management.
Right. Okay, regarding that, the original water, let us take one by one. Water, the original research is by Dr. Masaru Emoto of Japan, and he has various labs. First laboratory was in Osaka, Japan, then in Austria, and now in some other countries. And since so many years, but I came in contact from 2003. He died in 2014. And in my book, which he mentioned, Chakra Sanhita, I've given a full chapter on this research, what you are saying. I've written a book, Chakra Sanhita, and I've given a full chapter on these thoughts. So that is by Masaru Emoto, and then everybody took up. That's crystal thing. If you say get out, then the thing is different. If I say I love you, it's different. If I kill you, then the impact is different. They take it to -7, and after getting -7, they crystallize that, and certain crystals don't come up at all. Yeah, very, I mean, filthy crystals are there, and some are diamond-like, depending upon what we are giving the message to the water. So, secondly, my personal experience, I'm telling you, my personal scientific experience. I have remained a healer, a powerful healer, and I don't know how, but whenever I used to charge water, I mean, I just suppose this is water, and I just think of it, then my hands will be stretched up, and the water will be charged, and people were getting very fantastic results. But I had no scientific proof of that. In 2023, I went to Bombay for addressing a national conference. In the national conference, somebody had come with a French meter or something like that. And he was telling that the energy of the earth can be measured this way. So next day, I had a chance to talk to him. And I told him that can we measure the energy of the water also this way? He said, yeah. Mr. Sachadev is a Vastu consultant, electrical engineer, and he's now a very good friend of mine. So I said, okay, then people say like that, but I don't have any scientific um, proof for that. Can we do with the water at this point? He said, yeah, we'll do. So we measured a water bottle's energy level. That was some 3,000 boyas, probably use the word boyas. That was 3,000 boyas, something like that. Then I place the water hand like just I thought of vibrating the water. I'm not doing it, I'm repeating. It's automatically it happens. I just placed the hand here, my hands went up, and after 40-50 seconds, they came down. And when he measured it, it was 29,500 boys. So that means it was 10 times, from 3,000 to 29,500. And this was measured. So I don't know how it happens. Let me tell you very clearly. I'm not doing it. It automatically happens through me. But water can be charged to this extent. This is the scientific proof of something which I have gone through myself. Right. Secondly, you talked about this gynecological issues. Right. The second chakra is connected to that, sacral chakra, reproductive system, lymphatic system. All those things are connected with that. So what happens in our society, in particularly Eastern society? We have so many conservative ideas. We tell a child not to touch the genitals. Even if a 1-year-old child, if he scratches his hand, no problem. If he scratches his face, no problem. But the hand goes between legs, immediately whether a boy or a girl will stop. So the boy or girl will get a feeling that this is something not okay. And that feeling will go up, go up, go up. When he or she will, particularly a lady, male also. So maximum blockages are in that particular chakra or energy center. Say, logically, let us think of one thing. Any child never wants to wear the cloth himself or herself. I mean, I'm talking about kid. We are forcing the person, we're forcing the kid and making a habit of wearing clothes. The natural level is not that. But then various things, various conditionings come up. I'm telling you, not only based on the book or chakra, because I'm a counselor also, I'm a life coach, I'm a hypnotherapist, and so many other things, similar things are there. One thing starts, then all are sister concerns. So every now and then such cases come to me. Almost every day such cases come to me. Though I can take up only certain cases because so many other things are there. But whatever case, then ultimately it goes to sacral chakra. The issues start from there. Rather, maybe from the childhood. Somebody will say, when I was 5 years, this happened to me. Somebody will say, when I was 10 years, this happened to me. And the impact continues lifelong, even at the age of 50. So all those things are happening. So in the book, I've written about that too. So many things I've written about that.
Let's remind people about the book, if you could remind them.
Pardon?
Let's.
Okay, that's a book. I mean, after I recovered from Ramsay syndrome, which in 1998 it was considered incurable. The top surgeons from physicians from Bombay and one top surgeon, Mr. Soni, Dr. Soni from London, would come to India. He also told me that he will never recover. I was in the worst of condition. My seventh nerve was entirely damaged. Entirely, my left seventh nerve was entirely damaged. And then I have come out after going through so many modalities. So ultimately, I wrote a book. It's known as Chakra Samhita, because I came to know through my research, through my experiences, the entire life from birth to death revolves around, covered under 7 chakras only. And these 7 energy centers, they make all the doctors can also be divided among 7 chakras. All those things are there. So it's a book divided into 21 chapters, very detailed. But it's in Gujarati and Hindi right now. English may be coming within 2-3 months. And I got a PhD on that, a global PhD for that book, based on the thesis written on that. And that's valid in 193 countries connected to UN.
So we can tell user to go to their browser and just put Chakra Samhita and you will see the pop-up and a write-up. Let's move on.
Or somebody can send me a WhatsApp also. I can give all the details. My phone number. People who are interested can write down my phone number.
Jitendra, we are in a Zoom. The audience are somewhere else. So let them just put Chakra Samhita. They can find you.
Yeah.
In a Zoom is a private zone. We are actually on a Facebook website. They don't have access to communicate except through that. Now let's move on to the next situation that you'd say that if you are jealous or you don't like somebody and that pain would
when
go
when the spine surgeon is here, let me complete the back first. Okay, then the middle back.
We got short time, so carry on.
Yeah. Okay, then when the middle back, when the guilt is there of doing something which we should not do, we believe, or not being able to do something which we should have done, then guilt kills the middle part. Then that person gets the middle back pain. And when somebody feels that I am not loved enough, then this cervical pain is there. You can, sir, have your own experiences and please guide me, but this is that. Then, if the anger is filled up, if we are not able to express anger and at the same time we are not able to wash out the anger, then the nervous system gets damaged. Suppose my own case, my seventh nerve got damaged because of silly thing rather. I was transferred from Ahmedabad to Bhavnagar. I used to remain only in, I loved to remain only in big towns at that time. And I said, why Bhavnagar and why for me? And that thought continued moving around, hovering around me. That diminished my immunity. That created a herpes zoster on my tongue. And that created ultimately damaged my seventh nerve. So any anger, any kind of anger, if you are not able to filter out, if you are not able to throw out, then the coil will burn you. If your burning coil is there in your hand, you are not able to throw it out, then obviously our own hand will be burnt. So it is like that. If the thoughts are too much, already we are, general is 60,000 thoughts, people say. I mean, research says that 60,000 thoughts per day. That is an average of the person. But some are far ahead of that. Then they go under the crown chakra imbalance, and that is creating a depression. So we say that you go with slow breathing, etc. Because while exhaling and one inhaling, thoughts are there. But during the gaps between inhale and inhale, there is no thought. When the exhale is there and the new thought is not there, at that time also there is no thought. So the slower breathing, that creates lesser thoughts. And if we meditate, then instead of 16 thoughts, whatever is an average, 12 to 20 they say, but the average is, so it's 16. My own case is there. My breathing per minute is only 4, 3 or 4, 3, 4. During meditation, it goes to 1 also. And there have been cases that it may be half in a minute, it means 1 in 2 minutes. I mean, in deep meditation, not regularly, but the regular is also, even at this point of time, if we measure, it will be 4, not more than that. That means instead of 60,000, I might have come down to 15,000, because the general average is 16 thoughts per minute. If I have come down to 4, then that means my energy is conserved for doing more things, doing other things. So everyone should have an integrated approach. I'm looking to the. I wanted to go through a actual meditation, of 10 minutes, but I think we don't have now the time. But I'll say it's sound therapy. I'll just mention the other therapies which can be very well taken at home. Sound therapy. I've mentioned 5 therapies in Chakra Sanhita. One is
So
the
let us
classical.
let us do a 10-minute meditation straight away, and then we'll move to Anjali, who will be here
Okay,
talking about
fine.
ergonomics. So straight
Let's
into
go through us.
meditation.
Yeah.
Straight into meditation. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nit Kumarji. Okay, cool down, please. Let the eyes close automatically. Observe the breath, from which nostril it comes, which nostril it goes out. Observe for a few seconds. Try to take the breath deeper, as if when you are inhaling, let the belly come out. And when you're exhaling, let the belly go in. Try to go that deeper. With slight effort, try to have pelvic breath. When you are taking the breath, when you're inhaling, try to see what happens in your pelvic area, as if you are breathing from that. And when you're exhaling, the entire portion goes inside. Feel an energy circle moving around you, trying to heal you, trying to protect you. Your thoughts are disappearing. Any thought that's coming, let it move out and blow far off. You can blow physically and let the thought move out. Feel the energy shower coming over your head, the tingling in the scalp. Let the energy reach inside in the forehead. Let the pituitary and pineal glands feel the impact. Feel what is happening in the middle of the forehead. The energy is getting down. Your ears are relaxed. Eyebrows are relaxed. Eyes relaxed. Relax your lips, jaws, neck. Let the energy go further down. Let the shoulders relax. Upper back, chest, underarms, The energy is going down and relaxing you further and further. Your hands, wrist, palms, mid back, below chest, further down in front and back both. The belly button, the pelvic area, the lower back, the lower pelvic area. Let all the thoughts and tension go down along with the energy. All the tension that you stored in the hips, in the pelvic area, in the genitals, thighs, let it move down. All the pain and tension. Reach to the knees behind that. All the stiffness, let it melt away. Go further down. Still down. Still down. Feel the energy reaching to the soles. Feel yourself grounded. All the tension, all the pain, let the earth take out. And feel your body is now firmly grounded. Your legs are getting inside the soil and spreading wide like a banyan tree, making you strong. Let all your fears disappear. You can, with the closed eyes also, with your third eye, you can see this entire picture on a very big screen just opposite to you and feel in your body. And you are seeing that there's some water now. It's like magic. And this water is also watery energy, liquid energy is now rising up, new energy. And this time it has reached to your pelvic area, removing all the conditioned thoughts, shame, and all the hesitation, all your past thought. You are becoming as pure as a child. And now this water is turning into fire, sacred fire, yajna fire, giving the exact amount required for your digestive system, increasing your confidence, and yet keeping it in balance, neither overconfident nor underconfident. It's moving up. You can feel the flow of air in your heart and fragrance of rose, green colored energy all around. And you are filled up with love for yourself, for your loved ones, for unknown people, for even the people who have hurt you, who have made you frustrated. You are spreading love to the entire earth, entire universe. And the energy is moving up, and before that, your cardiovascular system is now perfect. All the organs inside are put to a default system, default optimum best level. Energy is still going up. The color has changed to sky blue. All around the neck, there is a sky blue color. That energy has covered you. And all the guilt of the lifetime has already melted. Your voice has become very authoritative and yet sweet, convincing. You now honor yourself, honor others. Your respiratory system, your eyes, your nose, your throat, lungs, everything is in perfect order. Energy is still going up. The face is shining. In the mouth also, you feel the energy. In the nostrils too. Though the eyes are closed, they are shining inside, you can feel it. All your emotions, diminishing your glow, have already gone. And so your face is glowing now. Your aura is glowing. And the energy is still moving up in your crown, in the scalp, moving like a Sudarshan chakra, clearing everything that is not required and creating a safe space, loving space, confident space, calm space for you. You are filled up with calmness, blissfulness, deep within yourself. You merged with earth. You have healed and you are healing the earth. The earth has healed you and you are healing the earth. Heal self, heal earth. You are feeling what is that? With mind, counting from 1 to 5, we shall slowly come out of meditation. 1, let your fingers move, toes move. No hurry. 2, feel the lower body. 3, feel your breathing. 4, let the eyes open very slowly, no force. If they get closed, let them. 5, slowly come back to the room. Come back where you are. Feel the change in your breathing. Feel the change in your mental thought pattern. And try to make it a habit to meditate, even for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Let it be a part of life. And that is a way to help healing the earth by healing the self.
Thank you, Jitendra.
That's it. My time is over, I think.
A wonderful healing session over there. Let's move straight to Anjali, who is also a consultant physiotherapist, but although trained in London, she does a lot of outreaches there in India. She also helps people with lower back pain, but not only that, she is a mentor and a coach for a lot of women matters as well. A global namaste, Anjali, and how are you?
Global Namaste, Neelji. Global Namaste to everyone at Healing Our
Double
Earth.
namaste.
Global
And with us-
Namaste, Jinderji. Very good session. Really enjoyed your meditation.
Thank you.
and we enjoyed and touched a bit of back pain and everything. An important subject that you are addressing till we go to 4:30 section or from the Rotary is office ergonomics and healthy postures. Very much required nowadays than when we are sitting right in front of the screen, even on the phone, even when we are dining. So office ergonomics are very important. So Anjali, take it away, and what have you got lined up for us? And we will chit chat with you after 15 minutes. Over to you.
Right. Thank you, Neilji. I'm going to share my PPT.
Go ahead. We can see it if you maximize the screen, please.
It's coming now.
Perfect. Go ahead. It's all clear now.
Okay. So, good afternoon, good evening, good morning to everyone. And today we come to a very important topic. Everybody is suffering with back pain, neck pain, shoulder pains, every kind of headaches. And I think the way we sit, the way we stand, the way we drive our car, everything is determined by the ergonomics of the place, which is your chair, your table, you're driving your car, you're sitting on your dining table, you're sitting and cooking your food. Everything is revolves around your space, your postures, and how the ergonomics of that places. Okay, so this is Dr. Anjali here, and I'll be running you through the basics of what we can do in day-to-day life to help us manage our pain without looking after medications. Oh, what is the fancy word called ergonomics? It is a work around science of adapting or adjusting our work environment to fit into an employee's body or a person's body at home. So the goal of ergonomics is to fit the job to the person rather than the person to fit into the job. So we have to fit the job to the person. So, how we will arrange your office chair, or how will we sit in front of your PCs right now when we are watching this program? How are we sitting? Let's observe our postures now. Let's observe where your neck is, where our eyes are, where our hands are. Like, are we feeling pain while we are watching this Zoom meeting at the moment? Okay, and what do you mean by posture? So, posture is the bearing position of your body. So, I'm sitting now, so my position is on the back of my tailbone, front of my tailbone, back of the hips, front of the hips. And the kind are inclusive of erect posture, like I'm standing straight. Recumbent means I'm lying down. So, how am I lying down? I'm lying on my tummy, I'm lying on my back, and a cognitive stance and outlook. So, your posture is determined how I'm thinking. Like now I'm talking to you. My posture can change my mood, can change my emotions, how I'm looking, how I'm feeling. So, everything, if I'm looking very, very tired or if I'm looking very nervous, my posture and my shoulders will droop down. My neck will be all curled up. So, you see a small baby when it's born, it's like a fetus position. The baby is curled up. That is a position of comfort for the baby. Whenever we sleep also in the night, sometimes you curl up like a fetus. It gives you a lot of grounding. It gives you a lot of comfort at times. It gives you security. So this is all the postures which we imbibe as a child, and we grow up and build up on our postures as we grow through the years. Now, coming to posture and emotion, which I've already discussed, is in humans, posture is the most important information, it's a non-verbal communication. So, if I'm talking to somebody, if somebody walks into the room, into your office, or in a marketplace, or in a doctor's room, the first thing you'll observe a patient is of how he's walking into the room. 80% or 90% of your diagnosis should happen the way the person walked and sat in front of you. Okay, so is his hunched shoulder? Is he walking with his tailbone protruding backward? Is he walking like a duck? Is he walking with, into gait? All these things can give us 80% of, the person's condition or back pain or neck pain, any kind of psychological issue the person is facing. We can understand by the postures also. Eye to eye contact, the patient making eye to eye contact, the person making eye to eye contact while talking to you. And also, the research traces back to Charles Darwin, which says emotions, movement in humans and animals, they're all interconnected. Have you seen how the tiger walks, or how the elephant walks, or how the pigeon walks? So everything you'll see how they're walking, they're galloping like a the dolphin, how she's swimming. Everything is so related with emotions and postures. And it comes to a very important role when a mom is giving birth. Natural births happen when we talk about women in upright position birthing, or we tell moms not to be lying down while giving birthing. So much equations is there with postures and emotions. Now, looking at body movements, there's specific movements and emotions which are connected together. And also, there's a non sign language, which we talk about how emotions and your bodily movements can determine the emotions of the person. Person is very sad, is very angry, is very control emotions, or is happy, or everything can be determined the way the person is expression. So same thing comes from dance forms, your postures. You see the Bharatanatyam dances, you see the Kathak dances, the emotions, the Abhinay, everything is so interconnected with postures and emotions. So in India, we always tend to put, as a child, I was always put into dance classes. I learned Kathak and Bharatanatyam. These were all trained you to get a very good posture, good sense of movement, good sense of emotions. So very important to be connected with emotions also. So let's tailor down to what are the risk factors for ergonomics of using computers, or any task if you're doing anything which is heavy metal tasking or something, repetitive motion. So repeatedly typing on the PC is a repetitive task. If you're in a chef, you're cutting and chopping the vegetable, that is a repetitive task. Then there's a forceful exertion. So you have you are loading the lorry or loading something, that's again a physical effort. Then awkward posture, which requires lot of reaching, twisting, bending, holding fixed positions, and contact stress. Again, when you're on a PC, your the wrist is always touching the surface of your table, which can cause a lot of carpal tunnel syndrome because of the friction. So all these are the risk factors for somebody who has to look after their ergonomics. Now, the common problems which we see in office workers is back pain, head and neck discomfort, shoulder, arm, hand, and wrist discomfort, leg and foot discomfort, blood pressure issues, headaches, and heart rate issues. Long duration of task can cause a lot of musculoskeletal injuries and occupational overuse syndromes. So, we have like occupational health support in most hospitals, and people will come because they are injured at the lower back. Lot of nursing staff, lot of SCS staff, they get a back injury, and whiplash errors which can happen, which can affect their working capacity. And that's why we have to look after all these problems for the office workers. Now, why worry about it? Why should I actually look into ergonomics? What is the benefit for the employer, and what is the benefit for the employee? Because the musculoskeletal ergonomic injuries, they are the fast growing category. So according to 1.8 million annual work related musculoskeletal disorders, we'll see about 600% have gone over 11 years. $9 billion injury costs, about $29 case compensation costs. Because in other countries, I think if they're injured while working, a long working hours, or not having good accommodative, procedure for able to work, they also get this compensation claims for them. The employees should care for health and well-being. Employees have to look after their health. Employees also have to look after the health of the employees. So we can stop the missing out on work and opportunities. So a lot of people, 80% of my population of patients are all IT folks. They will always come for a back pain, and they're not able to sit and work and be productive. So they're missing out on work, and the employer is missing out on the productive employee. So it is so important if we look after basic things to help, the productivity to go up. So the common areas we see is the red marks, which we see the neck, the back of the neck, we see the shoulders, we see the elbow, the wrist joint, the hip joint. All these are the common areas of pain which people talk about all the time. The common complaint. It's like 80 to 90% of the time, people will have this nagging pain going on for 6 months or 9 months because all the time they're sitting in the same position. They're all the time driving to the office, which is also sitting position. So hardly anybody is standing, nobody is trying to stand erect. That's again another reason for pain because gravity minimizes your pain. When you walk, when you are standing, your whole blood flow mechanism or the lymph flow mechanism improves. Now, let think we come to the pandemic of pandemic. So when I started most of these sessions for all my office folks, they would always complain about sedentary lifestyle because they're at home, they're working from home also most of the times, and the backbone episodes have gone up quite considerably high. Everybody is complaining of back pain and a nagging headache and painful wrist joints. These are the common pain syndromes which nowadays I tend to cover a lot. And this is a very interesting topic. Now, all of us will be on the PC or on the phone watching this live session. How is our neck position? Let us look at our neck position. Is the neck like the first picture on the left side of our hand, or is on the extreme right? You see the neck has gone to almost 60-degree angle. So the test neck is becoming the growing problem of the present generation. It doesn't matter which age. So I have 65 to 70-year-old people now complaining of very bad neck pain because all the time they are on 100 of WhatsApp groups forwarding message to each other. And that's also causing the neck pain for them. So always remember the neck, even if you have to hold the phone up, what is your angle of holding the phone? So it should be at the level of eye to contact of the phone rather than bringing the neck down. Because every time we bring the neck down, we are loading the spine and the degeneration of the spine increases. The amount of weight which goes down the spine is almost about 60 pounds. So these are the reason why we get a headache when we are getting degeneration of the spine. So it's all our daily habits. We just have to look after how we are watching the phone, how we are sitting in front of the PCs. So we can effectively see how our neck position is changing now. So at 0-degree angle, when the neck is upright, straight, every time at each angle at 15 to 30 to 45 to 60-degree angle, we are bending to look at the phone. The amount of weight is about 27 kilos going at the back of the spine. So if imagine a person is on the phone 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours a day, everything is being done on the phone, the amount of wear and tear which happens in the back of the neck and the spine. So we have to minimize the use of digital devices, maximize the use of our postures in a way that we are not causing any wear tear in the neck. We know that work is important, but at the same time, our health is very, very important too. Now, this is very good. So, Dr. Anukul can look after this. How many postures you'll see of patients sitting like this? I always tend to ask, are you somebody who just peeps inside the PC or you're sitting with back literally falling off, like extreme extension? Somebody is just literally going and falling into the screen with kyphosis or just literally falling back. So all the time I'll tend to ask patients, when you come to see me, you're always sitting properly. But I need to see from the time you go into office till the end of the day, how are you sitting? How are you using your digital devices? So people go to work and they come back taking work home also. So they're all the time on the computer or on the phone. So it's important that we learn how to sit in front of the PC. That's the most effective way to perform well also. So if we look at body alignment and postures, we see the picture on the A is supposed to be a very idle posture But there's always a controversy. Okay, now let's not talk about idle posture. Nobody is born with an idle posture. But sometimes some kind of postures can give us a lot of back pain. So the picture on the B, you can see the person has a protruding chest and has a hollow at the back. So which we call as increased gap at the lower back, which is called as lordotic posture, which can give lot of pain for a lot of women, because when they are pregnant they get this kind of postures. And also a lot of gentlemen who sit for long hours, they shorten the hip flexors, which is the front muscles. So a lot of yoga stretches also work on that to help people to minimize this pain. Then again, we see a sway back where the tummy is all protruding forward and a spine goes and sways backward. This is again weak abdominal muscles, long prolonged sitting hours, not trying to get up often, that can cause this problem. Then a straight spine. So nowadays we see a lot of MRIs and X-rays, straightening of the lower back. So they lost the normal arch of the back. Again, not stretching enough, not walking enough causes this problem. And the last one is completely lost all the curves and the spine is stiff, which can happen in a lot of ankylosing spondylitis, kind of arthritic joints and all. So all these alignments, the moment we look at the person, we can say, okay, these are the muscles which are not working, which are working, and accordingly the exercises can be given to the person and the pain can minimize without the use of medications also. Because all the time they think the pain is coming, let's take medication. But let's look at the primary goal, which is the posture. That's your root issue, basically. Now, again, horror story of a bad posture here is my PC is at one corner, my phone is on one side, my feet is above the ground, hanging in the air, my all entire weight is going down the hip, which can again cause a lot of piriformis syndrome, which is pain in the butt, or sciatica pain, which travels down your leg, then a lower back pain and a neck pain and a wrist pain. So everything around this posture, if we look at the gentleman, he is having painful joints because everything is mismatch. Everything is spread out from one corner to the other corner. So what we would want is to bring everything down to one range of his workspace. Limit his movement entirely crossing to each other's side. So now this is, I look like a zombie. It is because my neck is literally going up and I'm blocking the blood flow to the brain if my neck is like this. The chair is too short and my hands are literally going and typing and my neck is literally going up, blocked up at the back of the neck. So this is again going to give a lot of headache. So the person has come to me complaining of headache every time he's working the PC, comes back home, continuously complains of pain, and is not able to bring the neck down. Now, we can give painkillers, but if we don't look at what has happened in the background throughout the day, we'll not be able to treat him properly. So, we need to ask the basic question to the patient: how are you working? How are you sitting in front of the PC? This can also change a lot of things for the recovery of the patient with neck pain. So this is an idle posture. So let us all sit and understand if we are sitting like this. If all of you can sit with your PC and just mimic how this gentleman is sitting, see that your eyes are at least 10 to 15 degree with the screen distance. You have your elbows and your wrists, which is about 90 to 90 degrees. So your shoulder, elbow, wrist is about 90-degree angle. Your hip, knee, and your feet is again making a 90-degree angle. And your elbows are very much stuck closer to your body. And your neck is very much, controlled. If you're sitting in this manner, your work efficiency will go up, your tiredness and fatigue will come down, your headaches will not happen, and you can work for a longer duration of time. If you're sitting in this position, your back pain, sciatica pain also would come down. But again, how much time can we sit in this idle position? Because no, for everybody, the idle position can be different. Because I showed you the picture on the previous picture, we showed the body alignment picture. So everybody's way of sitting can be different. So everybody needs to tailor make their sitting arrangement according to this picture. So the actions which we need to take is make an effort to sit correctly. and adjust your backrest of your chair to give a support to your lower spine. Make sure that the seat cushion is not too long, and experiment with your chair. As I said, experiment. Some people want to sit on an exercise ball. Those gym balls are coming. So I generally advise a lot of my patients to sit on it because it really helps to you to move and be mobile and helps the disc to get lubricated when you're on the chair, and make some small adjustment to your postures which can really help you get more energy throughout the day. So is my chair a savior or a monster? So this is my spine can lose the natural curve just on the basis how my chair backward backrest is. So if I can adjust my backrest according to my spine, it can really help our spine to get better and not have the abnormal curves which I saw in the initial pictures. So let's move up and stand up for a good posture. So let's all stand up and let's be more conscious that we need to stand up for our good postures. No, the sitting is next to smoking, which we are saying nowadays. So stand as often as possible. So these are the simple stretches which I'll be, telling to everyone. You all can take a screenshot of it and have a screen, have a screenshot of it and they just stick it on your PC area and do this every half an hour to 1 hour if you're working for long hours on the PC. So first is just stretch your arms front. All of you can switch on your cameras and then we can have the session. Like just it's called desktop stretches where you just need to sit and do it. You don't need to get out of the chair. You can do it in front of the car also, inside the car also, inside your flight also. So stretch your arms and then take it up and bend to one side, then the other arm, bend to another side, then again stretch it up, straight up, and shrug your shoulders. Just 5 sets of this, if you can do, it will release all the tensions in your neck and your shoulders. You'll feel very, very energized. Very simple stretches, sit and do it. When you're doing puja, you're doing bhajans, you're sitting for long yogic meditation, do it in between. It will really empower your session. Okay? The next is stretching my arm behind, the fifth number, and I'll take my head to the other side. Similarly, if I'm pulling my right arm, I'm pulling my neck to the left side. So alternate sides you're doing. And this namaste, which we all do all the time, is a very good exercise to help with your carpal tunnel syndrome. If you have pain in the wrist, stretches all your fascia, all your nerves get stretched, and a ulta namaste. So one namaste is, and then a opposite namaste. Then just move your arms alternately up, alternately down. It again will open all the channels around your neck area. Next is sitting, crossing your feet and moving your, stretching your spine to corners of the body. So you see, I'm not standing at all. I'm just sitting and doing because I'm in with a call with the client. I'm doing some important, documentation. I can't get up. I can just sit and do these exercises. One is sitting on the PC and just stretching and arcing your back. So just put your neck a little back and arch your back. Again, a good exercise to relieve all the muscle tension in the lower back. And next is just shake your hands, all of you. Just shake. It gives that blood flow to kickstart at the back of your neck, and all your fatigue, tiredness will just vanish. And next is jog and move and run. So whenever you're going in the coffee room, you're going somewhere, little jog, little move, little run. It's really going to liberate all that frozen joints in the body. And the next is the office fundra. So we always ask people who is somebody who always walks around in the office or in the hospital or in any official places. So sit less, move more is the mantra, and exercise as frequently as possible because your joints will get that blood supply going and you will be pain free. So any
Thank
questions?
you, Dr. Anjali. Sit
Thank you.
less, move more, be active, and it will help your general fitness and a good posture. So that was a wonderful presentation. We take a quick comment with Anakul and then we move on to the Indian hour again with our Rotarian Lal. Go ahead. Anakul, quick comment. I love the presentation. Simple and easy to take home.
Absolutely. It's a lovely presentation, very nicely given. And I want to request Dr. Anjali to see if we can work out some way of, that chart that you gave on weights on the neck and how position becomes an important part. Many of the people nowadays, as you very correctly said, are working on their mobile phone. Even sitting on the outpatient clinics, they're looking at the mobile, they're constantly looking at it. So I gave in the last 2, 3 years, I gave it quite a few important lectures at Liverpool University on cervical vertigo. Now the fifth and the seventh nerve roots they are in the base of the neck. And these patients always complain of significant headache. You did mention about the headache, but another point is dizziness, particularly among the elderly people, even young children complain of dizziness. And the third thing that they complain of is gastric irritation and blowing up of the abdomen. So what happens is because of the vagus nerve action, because again the vagus nerve is right in the back. So three things are known to happen in these patients, and I do recognize them. One amongst them is dizziness. Second thing is headache, cervicogenic headaches that in the cervico-occipital junction. Third thing is vagus nerve stimulation with bloating of the abdomen. And very interestingly, I've been able to get a few patients who have got hypoglossal nerve, where you see the palate which goes up. Very, very fascinating sign. I do have one of the pictures in my mobile phone I've taken in one of the patients. But they complain with significant headache and dizziness. So it's something that I'm thinking of. While you were making your presentation, I said, why can't we have, I never came in my mind before, but thanks for showing me that picture again, because I do tell the patient that this is your increased weight on your brain. And I think we should have it in the outpatient clinics, in the ward, saying that please do not go around watching your mobile phone, because everybody is doing that.
So
and they can have it there.
Anakul, let us do it. Anjali, you are connected with Anakul anyway. If you could post your presentation on a Facebook and then take all of us, and then we can share the information to everybody. And now, Anakul, Anjali, let's welcome our senior anchor all the way in India, who is part of every episode from 9 o'clock Indian time till 10 o'clock Indian time, our one and only Rotarian Lal Gohel, who of course is a founder and a charter president of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, with all his guests here. And on 3rd of August, he's bringing again a special full episode because it's Indian Organ Donation Day for India. A global namaste to you, Rotarian, and how are you?
Global Namaste, Neil Kumarji. I am very fine and really happy to be associated with you every week. Healing Our Earth under the leadership of Mr. Neil Kumar and the team is bringing episodes which are very much required for this society, the community, the countries, and especially for the earth. So that if we will be healed, definitely the earth will be healed. And I'm really thankful to you that you always remember me and give an opportunity between 9 to 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time to give my views as well as the views of the esteemed panelists, which I am trying to rope in from India.
Absolutely, Rotarian, and you got 4 wonderful guests, Dr. Rajendra, Dr. Rashmi, Rotarian Deepan, and Asta. So it's all yours, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Neil Kumarji. Global namaste to everyone. Today, our topic is integrated health. Integrated health combines conventional medicine with complementary and alternative therapies to address complete well-being. The holistic approach recognizes that optimal health encompasses physical, mental, emotional, and social dimensions beyond mere absence of disease. The model emphasizes treating root causes rather than symptoms, with healthcare providers collaborating across disciplines. Teams including medical doctors, nurses, nutritionists, mental health professionals, and alternative practitioners like naturopaths acupuncturists, homeopaths, etc. Key principle involves personalized care plans, patient empowerment through education and prevention-focused interventions. The approach incorporates lifestyle modifications, stress management, nutritional counseling, and mind-body practices alongside traditional treatments. This comprehensive model effectively manages chronic conditions, reduces healthcare costs, and improves patient satisfaction by addressing multiple health aspects simultaneously. And to discuss today's very, very important topic, integrated health, we have a very eminent personalities, panelists from India and even from New Jersey today. I would like to introduce my first panelist guest, and he is Rotarian PDG, Dr. Rajendra Agrawal. Global namaste to Rotarian PDG, Dr. Rajendra Agrawal. He is a renowned qualified naturopath, described by many as the embodiment of Rotary's core values. Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal, the past district governor of Mumbai District 3141, is fondly known as the service governor for his unwavering commitment to the cause of humanity. As Dr. Agrawal states, the true essence of Rotary lies in serving humanity, uplifting the underprivileged, and embodying the spirit of service above self. Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal's remarkable career is a testament to his dedication to uplifting the less fortunate and his strong leadership in various prestigious roles, including Chief Coordinator, RID 3141, District Secretary, Assistant Governor, President Rotary Club of Bombay, Queen City, President Akhil Bharatiya Agrawal Sammelan, Mumbai, National Vice President Akhil Bharatiya Agrawal Sammelan Trust, Trustee Haryana Bhavan, Mumbai, Trustee Vesh Mahavidyalaya Bhiwani. Rotarian Dr. Rajendra Agrawal's tireless efforts and selfless service have earned him numerous awards, including the prestigious Corona Award, recognizing his exceptional contributions during the pandemic. I welcome you, Rotarian PDG Dr. Rajendra Agrawal, on his very, very important topic, that is the integrated health. Rotarian PDG Dr. Rajendra Agrawal, please.
Thank you, Lalji. Thank you. Meri awaaz is coming clearly?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, so thank you, Lalji, for my introduction. I can just, do you want to ask, want me to speak on something specific?
Yeah, on integrated health, on your naturopathy. Main is naturopathy.
Okay. So I can just say naturopathy is a way of life. It's a normal life if we live and we take care of the things around us. We can maintain our health by using diet, exercise, good food, air, water, yoga. So natural therapies is naturopathy. Just to give you some examples, I've been practicing this for the last 30 years, and touch wood, I don't take any medicines at all today also. So this is a simple way. You have to understand yourself. You have to feel your own body. Every disease comes because of toxins. The toxins collect in the body and give you various symptoms which you have to realize what it is. Like example, a fever. Fever has come because something has entered your body and that can be killed by heat. You have eaten something wrong and your stomach, you get vomiting or you get diarrhea. It's because something has gone inside your body which needs to be thrown out. So body system is like a computer. It throws out whenever something foreign comes in the body. So if you just feel your body, you can understand yourself. This is wrong, I need to correct this. You don't need to depend on any medicine. We also use therapies like sun therapy. Sun, as you all know, vitamin D comes only from sun. And if you don't have vitamin D, many things in the body don't form at all. Your calcium ion will not form if you don't have vitamin D. So instead of taking tablet, why don't you take sun? It's as so simple as that. We talk about water. In naturopathy, we got hydrotherapy. Many pains of the body can be removed just using water. Like in naturopathy, we believe if you got some pain in your body or swelling or ABCD, just keep your feet in 2 buckets of water for 20 minutes and your pain will go away. So all the pains which happens in your body, especially muscular ones, they happen because of some reason. Pain comes after there's a swelling in the muscles, and as soon as the heat is removed, that pain goes away. Diet is a very important part of naturopathy, and most of the disease can be cured using the right food. Like one of the main causes of all the problems in body is acidity. Acidity can be just controlled by using the right alkaline food. The best alkaline food is supposed to be like oranges and lime. So if you just take the juice or eat the fruit and which is alkaline, it will control your acidity. So when we tell anybody you got acidity, I just tell them drink this juice or eat the fruit. Even watermelons, they are absolutely alkaline. So it takes care of your acidity. We were talking sometime back on the headache. Headache is because of gas. Gas is caused because of acidity. So you control your acidity and you can control so many more things absolutely easily. Nowadays in naturopathy, if you see, yoga has come in a big way. So just doing yoga, just doing stretching exercises is more than enough to take control of your pains in the long life. If you just keep your muscles intact by just stretching them or walking, in old age you will not have problem of getting out of the bed. You can't get up or something. So regular exercises will take care of your future. Always problems of old age, people can't get up or walk also properly. Take care of your muscles by exercising and by stretching.
I think, Dr. Agrawal, we lost you because your connection is not there. You are frozen. So thank you very much. Are you there, Dr. Agrawal?
So
No,
his
I think.
bandwidth is low,
Yeah,
but
his bandwidth is.
Rotarian Lal Goyal, what an important factor he said, that
Yeah.
while lemon and oranges and they are citric foods, so they are acidic, but once it gets into your body, they become alkaline. So do consume, and if you can consume it in a fruit form, then it's even better because they've got good fiber, they've got better value than juicing them, which is so very good that we should be doing. So a good point he brought, and as a naturopathist, he was giving us tips. Obviously,
And he has also mentioned, Mr. Neil Kumar, that he's at this age, he's not taking any medicine whatsoever. It's really a remarkable thing because if if I am talking about myself, I am taking about 9 to 10 tablets a day. So it is really a remarkable thing for him to keep himself fit by practicing naturopathy. And
I resonate with that because the best medicine is bit of sunshine, not too much. Water every now and then, because without water you are dehydrated, you get headaches, you get pangs, you get hunger. It's all to do with water. And then breathing. Don't forget to breathe simply. So a bit of sunshine, water, breathing, and keeping mind cool, be calm, don't worry about things that has not happened. Let's go to Dr. Rashmi. And Dr. Rashmi, if you could landscape your video, we are about to highlight you.
yeah, can you just turn your mobile like this, Professor Rashmi? Yes. Now my next panelist guest is Professor Dr. Rashmi Kundapur. Professor Dr. Rashmi Kundapur is the Additional Professor, Department of Community and Family Medicine, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad. She completed her MBBS in 2001 and MD in 2006 at JJM Medical College, Devangri, Karnataka with first class. She has 115 publications with an H index 26 and 20 as an I index with 2193 citations. Publications with impact factor ranging from 0.51 to 5.53. I'm sure Professor Kundapur will explain what are these impact factor from 0.51 to 5.53. She has more than 60 presentations at various state, national, and international conferences. She is the editor of IAPSM, Textbook of Preventive and Social Medicine, published in 2019, second edition in 2021, and third edition in 2024. She is the editor of IAPSM, Textbook of Comprehensive Research Methodology. She has written 12 chapters in 3 books. She has given more than 60 guest lectures and trainings. She was invited speaker for 3 international conferences and 20 national conferences and workshops. At the 31st National Conference of 2004, she won the Young Female Scientist Award. She was awarded the Young Scientist Award by Kutch, and at the 46th conference in Manipal by the Karnataka Association of Community Health in the year 2011. In the 46th National Conference of 2018, IAPSM, she was awarded Presidential Appreciation Award. In the 47th National Conference 2019, she was awarded with Fellowship in Preventive and Social Medicine, FIAPSM. She won the Best Published Paper Award in the 51st Conference of IAPSM in 2024. She was honored with B.R. Patel Oration by Kutch in 2024. She has completed 20 funded research projects and 18 projects are ongoing. She was secretary for IMA Mangalore 2019-20. She is the vice president for IAPSM for the year 23-24. She organized national conference in 2022 as the organizing chairman. So many more things to be there, but if I will read the entire profile of Professor Dr. Rashmi Kundapur, my entire time will be going in that. But really very impressive profile of Professor Dr. Rashmi Kundapur. And I would like to inform all our viewers who are across the world watching on the different social media platforms by the courtesy of Healing Our Earth under the guidance and the leadership of Mr. Neil Kumar and his team. Professor Dr. Rashmi Kundapur is associated with me, or I will say I am associated with her for last few years, about 5 years or more. And I always found that her profile is increasing day by day. So much work she is doing, remarkable, and hats off to you, Professor Dr. Rashmi Kundapur. Professor Dr. Rashmi Kundapur, today the topic is integrated health. And where you have heard our earlier panelist who is a naturopath, and you are from allopathy. You are from a totally different side of the medicine. Now, we would like to know your views on integrated health. Professor Dr. Rashmi Kundapur, please.
Namaste, Lalji. Namaste for all of you all around there. And thank you for inviting me for this important topic. I think you started the session saying the definition of health by WHO. That is what we believe in. If you would have told me integrated medicine, I would have had a different say to say. But when you say integrated health, it is totally different thing what we have to understand here. Health is not equivalent to not having disease, which you already said. Health is being as itself a process of being a well-being, which you initially said. So when it comes to health, which we have to focus, rather all these days, we were focusing on the diseases. And I here want to again say that not having tablets, not having disease is not the health. Health by itself means that you are able to perform your duties at your fullest. So that's the point of health which we look into as a preventive aspects, could be from primary secondary, tertiary prevention when you look into from the primordial prevention. Now, integrated health, when we say that is, we are talking about a health which is supposed to be from primordial to tertiary care, which involves all other concept and a person having a better quality of life and better health to perform his at its best whenever it's possible for him and whichever is most to be possible. I agree. Being without disease is also a part of health, but it is not just in health. Health is much more from that. First thing, lifestyle modification or living a life of its fullest is the minimum and the curse of all the medicine as such. It could be allopathy, naturopathy, Ayurveda, Greek medicine, Unani, whichever you speak, the lifestyle or living condition. We talk about which type of medicine and how it has to work. Once your lifestyle is altered, means the behavior is changed from the physiological concept to become a pathology. Now, we are not talking about a physiological, pathological pathway, but we are talking about a physiological pathway. So physiological pathway has to be integrated. Integrated, I would want to say as a multi-model. Means we say that the disease has a, if it is a communicable, if something is with a disease, it is with a triad, that is agent, host, and an environment. If one of them is not there, the disease does not occur. For example, we do not have an environment, there is an agent, there is a host, still we do not have a disease because TB is all over present in the air. But if you are having a good immune by yourself and you are not in an area where there is a high bacteria, then you do not get a TB. But TB happens when the three of them join together. So it is individual host, your environment, and the agent to act to cause a communicable disease. Non-communicable is a multifactorial. When we call about the disease, we say it is multifactorial. Means it does not have, most of them have a genetic features. But genetic features will enact on you when your lifestyle accommodates it. You accommodate, you call in for your gene to act with your lifestyle, with your being, or with your environment, with all other things acting together. So it's not a single, it's your habits, it's your eating, it's not individual thing. It's about everything, including the climate change, which you are indirectly irresponsible, will cause you a unhealthy or ill health. You become ill health for which you go for a certain medicine. But before being health, it is an ill health, it is health or being healthy. That is what we from community and family medicine focus on, being with a person's health, which could be a mental, like what you said, mental, physical, social, spiritual, and emotional health, everything joining together. Many of our disease is directly connected to your mental well-being, your mental health, your emotional well-being, emotional health, and also in the part of acceptance or mindfulness, what we call today in an allopathic medicine, or a spiritual health, which we say as a part of other things, which is interconnected to your health status. So integrated health, I believe, is being in a health status where anything of your being of healthy connects to. That is, how normal should I live as? This is very important because being how normal I should live is the basic question most of us do not know. Even when I'm teaching the students, they ask normal living. How is it minimalistic? It is materialistic. It is mindfulness. It is meditation. What is that normal being is a question. What should be answered with the integrated health? Could be yoga, could be meditation, could be mindfulness, could be psychology, could be psychiatry, could be your food, balanced food, diet, how you have to eat, is the concept which says that how normal you have to live. The problem is we have been doing a lot of research on the diseases and trying to find different methods to treat the diseases, but we have not made enough research on ourselves that how we should be living, how normally, how our physiology has to be maintained over a period of time. What are diseases? Like, what are the chronic diseases? They are being elderly or being older at a younger age. Diabetes is nothing but getting aged at the earlier part. That means your body will not work as it has to be worked at 40 or 50, and it will be at your age of 80. That is, you're getting older the earlier. So we treat it so that certain part of it works as normal. So the normal aging is not being worked out in any of the diseases, for which right now a lot of people say that you live for today, or the mindfulness, or being in today, living in today. And now the concept of One Health in the communicable diseases, we were talking about, I said the epidemiological triad, agent, host, and environment. The concept of One Health now says that all of the diseases are again, and even including the bacterial diseases, are interconnected with the gut. So which would mean says that your whole of your lifestyle, what you eat, what you think, what you act, what you exercise. Over exercise is also a problem. It's not that always you exercise. Under exercise is also a problem. What you are supposed to do, how much you eat, how much calorie you take in, how much you burn, what is supposed to be taken when, and how much at what age you are supposed to take. Over protein intake after 40 years also leads into a lot of problems. What you are supposed to, being younger, more younger at 50 is by itself a problem for cardiovascular diseases. Like you try to keep your muscles overstretched or keep it as over one, that is also a problem. So the normal aging or normal being is the concept what we have to live in, which it requires an integrated approach. It could be naturopathy, it could be clinical psychology, it could be Ayurveda. It is about the health. So I'm not talking about anything about a treatment, but when we talk about health, we believe health is needs everything, every concept, everything to be plated in an appropriate manner. That is mental, social, spiritual, physical, environmental, and the dimensions are 12, in which many of all these things comes, which is integrated by itself with the nature and what is being. Like, what is it? It could be even the unsocial, not being social. We have recently found that the hypertension is high if the people are not being more social in the elder. So the more social people have a lower hypertension as compared to mean hypertension as compared to the people who are not social. So everything becomes a part of your living to maintain a normal health for all of us.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Rashmi Kundapur, for giving such a wonderful talk about the integrated health. And then you rightly said that everything is required for be a healthy person, not only allopathy, but everything which is like naturopathy, homeopathy, Ayurveda, everything is required. But only thing is one should have a complete knowledge, proper knowledge, to see what has to be followed. And one thing which you are right in the end, you have mentioned about the behavior, that if you are become unsocial, especially in the elder age, yes, not only hypertension, I think the people aging go very fast if a person is not social or he is not doing some mental work. If a person is engaged in a mental work, he will be not with attention, but with a good cause for a charity, or like we are doing for organ donation. So one can engage, and the aging is not that fast otherwise. So thank you very much, Professor Dr. Rashmi Kundapur, for your giving your views. Now I would like to invite my next panelist guest, and he is Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan R. Shah. Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan R. Shah is the Tissue Donation Chair, Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. He is the pharmacist, microbiologist, MT CTBS ATB. He is surgical skin musculoskeletal tissue bank recovery specialist at MTF Biologics, affiliated with NJSN, New Jersey, USA. His experience in India was to manage pharmacy chain stores established by his grandfather in 1947. He was teaching biology in high school and college. He was affiliated with Indian Red Cross Society. He also helped his grandfather in farming. He has done charity work through Rotary Club of Petlor. He was awarded with first Asian Indian ambassador for organ tissue donation by NJSN. He was the founder president from Points Plus Edu 1. He is the founder and formulator Edivir Ayurveda Herbal and Botanical. Welcome Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan Asha on our show. This is a show which is brought to everyone by Healing Our Earth under the guidance and greatness of Mr. Neil Kumar with his team, a dedicated team, every Sunday on different topics. Now, being a tissue donation chair of a Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as a founder and formulator, Adivir Ayurveda Herbal and Botanical thing. Two different things. One side, you are removing the skin or the tissues from the body. At the other side, you are curing the person by Ayurveda. Two contrasting. We would like to know, and you are nowadays in New Jersey, although your mind belongs to India very much, especially in Gujarat. We would like to know your views on integrated health, as you have already heard the naturopath as well as an allopath earlier in this program. The integrated health by Jain Ratna Rotarian Deepan Asha, please.
Global namaste to everyone, Mr. Goel and whole gang and to our viewers. Such a wonderful topic. And as you mentioned, both sides, I am a pharmacist, I am a tissue recovery specialist, all kind of. And on the other hand, I do a lot of research and through my Adivir work in India. So in fact, that I also applies on me and my wife. We have a daily routine. So I give you some classic example. First of all, what I understand, the human body is designed by God to live 100+ years. But mainly nowadays, the lifestyle is so changed, especially climate change effect everywhere. That affects on human body tissue. Even if you go further detail, our cell wall, our mitochondria, it alters the gene also, DNA and RNA. So polluted food, polluted water. Now microplastic is also entered, and a lot of reason I always buy for my home organic food, certified organic food, because nowadays in America also food comes from different part of the world, especially Indian grocery from India, and all chemical polluted, heavy fertilizer use. So that definitely affect to our root cause of our body also. So, and also common people, what I see, I give you one of my example. Last year, I was feeling some acidity, and then I was feeling some back pain and constipation. So I go routinely preventive checkup to doctor every 6 months. And nowadays, as we know, majority of the all tests done by the single blood test only, majority of them. So then I started research on some herbal stuffs that I'm growing. And now it says, let me try on myself. So what I did, I started, me and my wife taking, and there is a special formulation I made using Vithania, koi glass, which says what, paneer phool, hibiscus, neem, moringa, and fennel seeds. I soak in a very boiling water every day. And then right after, immediately I put in a refrigerator. Right after, that's a real key technique. And then I leave it in a refrigerator for 8 to 10 hours. Then next day morning, I filter it out and we started drinking these herbal powders. And I see majority of all the problems from our body is gone within a few weeks only. So that is one of the good approach. But I also believe in a medical science also. So I go frequently 6 months for my dental every year for my eye exam, and then blood work and some cardiovascular test I do alternate years also. Still, I'm thank God that I'm healthy. So basically, the other problem what I notice in as also previously someone mentioned about sun, right, is very very important. Even if you start taking vitamin D prescription strength or over the counter, it takes 2 years, at least 1.5 to 2 years to build up your vitamin D. Also, water is very, very important. As we know that 8 to 10 glass of water is every day very, very important. Mobility is very, very important. Me and my wife walk every day, 5 days a week. Our target 10 to 15,000 step also. And a lot of other stuffs what I see in human body, mainly how we approach our life, right? Positivity. We take stress, anxiety, small things. That's a human nature. So that also cause severe health effect. Once the mental starts recording in our brain, it affects every cells of our body. So this is a wonderful topic. So what I see, the modern medicine can be effectively combined with alternative therapies, can provide a more holistic approach to a patient. Example, using meditation, yoga for stress management alongside conventional treatments for anxiety and depression, or incorporating acupuncture to manage pain alongside with pain medication. Chiropractic care, massage therapy, dietary supplements can also be frequently can alongside we can use as a conventional medicine. For some of the more detailed example, for mind-body practices, meditation, yoga, tai chi are often used to reduce stress, improve. As long as we reduce stress and anxiety, that is very, very key things for our human body, improve focus and promote relaxation also. Biological therapies like dietary supplement, herbal remedies, certain foods can also support overall health and address specific condition. Example, fish oil is very good. Fish oil, we are Jain, so we never eat any even fish or meat. So for our diet, twice a week, 3 times a week, we take fish oil tablets, different kind of fish oils there is in the market. So whatever suits for you, you can take that also. Body-based therapies, massage therapy, chiropractic, osteopathic manipulation are also address musculoskeletal issue, improve circulation and pain medication. Whole medicine system, traditional Indian and Chinese medicine, including acupuncture, herbal remedies, is also used alongside the conventional medicine also. Also, for pain management, as we know, conventional medicine is over-the-counter prescription, physical therapy, or surgery. Alternative therapies, we can use acupressure, massage therapy, yoga, and tai chi also. And biofeed food also very, very important. For mental health, conventional medicine, as we know, that antidepressant, anti-anxiety medication, psychotherapy, and alternate therapies is very, very helpful. We do every day 10 minutes meditation and yoga in the morning. That's our routine. And then there is a quiet time for me and my wife. We just sit down ourselves. Nothing, because a normal human get every day 60 to 65,000 thoughts going in their mind every day. So that is for alternate therapies, mindful yoga, meditation, animal assisted therapy, light therapy. I also have a light therapy mainly when I work in office. I don't go out much besides OR. So I bought a light therapy from Amazon. So I use every day half an hour light therapy facing on my face. And it's come with the multiple integrity and intensity. So whatever works for you. So I went last month for my regular checkup. My vitamin D since last 2 years within the range. So light therapy is one of the good options. People who cannot go too much outside or stay outside. That is a wonderful tools. And then one I give to my wife also. She's using in her office also. And also everyday routine with this wonderful topic. So we take everyday green tea. Alternate, we take one day green tea, and other day we take chamomile tea, organic. All of this organic every day. 1 cup for her and 1 cup for me. And as we know, that chamomile tea promoting sleeps and relaxation is very, very important. Chamomile tea, the best time to drink before bed or after dinner, after 2 hours. So that when we sleep, still our thoughts is keep going on. So this chamomile tea can reduce the improve the relaxation and improve our sleep also. Taking a daytime, it may cause little drowsiness. So at night is ideal. And chamomile tea also helping digestion. On acidity also, it helps to glow your skin also, and it support the immune system very, very well. Also, green tea we take in the morning, and as we know, green tea has a lot of super benefits that I would like to highlight because people don't know about too much about green tea and their whole benefits. It helps for cancer, cardiovascular disease, glycemic control, means your sugar can control, weight loss. Green tea can boost immunity, inflammation reduce. Green tea can cancer prevention also help in a weight loss, boost metabolism, dental health. It help in antioxidants, improve cognitive functions, lower cholesterol, benefit your brain, uh, body fat reduction, bone health. Even green tea can boost the mood also. It helps for liver protection, help for longevity, lower blood pressure, stroke risk, diabetes, and green tea keeps bone strong also. In a market, there are a couple of different type of tea, but our focus is primarily on this. But there is a green tea, black tea, rooibos tea, chamomile tea, peppermint tea, ginger tea, hibiscus tea. So whatever works for you, for us is this two tea works for us is perfectly fine. And last thing I would like to say, that previously one of the doctor also mentioned, the gut health is very, very important. The gut bacteria microbiome in a gut that controls our all our body system, including all our secretion glands and even brain's neurons also. So in India, we used to take chas, right? So organic chas is homemade chas is good. We buy from the stores here organic, different. We try different because every yogurt culture has a different strength of microbiology group of colonies. So sometime Greek yogurt, then you can make a chas at home, nothing added, just plain every day 1 cup or one. If you take in a form of solid yogurt, then one cup is very, very important. Or chas 1 cup is very, very healthy. And if you will see once you take for next 6 months, your gut microbiome change and good microbiome enters in a gut system that helps your whole body head to toe. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jain Ratna, Rotarian Deepan Shahji, for giving your holistic view about the integrated health. And you have mentioned very, very clearly that everything is good if you are taking it in a proper way, because if you are, and as you mentioned about charge, you have mentioned about organic tea, green tea, etc., where they are very good for the health. And that is why according to you, one can go ahead keeping the natural things in mind so that one can be very, very healthy. Mr. Neil Kumar, you have any question for our Rotarian Deepan Shah?
A global namaste to you, Rotarian Lal and Rotarian Deepan Shah. Beautiful part about Deepan Shah is that he is from a pharmaceutical background, medicine background, and now, as you say, integrated health background. So, Dr. Deepan Shah, I want to ask you, do you verily and truly believe that through the Indian knowledge system, and literally about 400 years back, medicine doctors were not really there. They were more like Vaidyas and those people were called doctors. Would you say that the Indian knowledge system is very good system to bring back in the mainstream so it can help people in totality as 360?
Wonderful question. So it is absolutely possible, and it's for us. And nowadays, science, even I see the American people are also, heavily, taking those kind of supplements, herbal supplements. Right now, very, very popular is a cinnamon powder and a ginger powder. But one thing is very, very important. Those we cannot, if someone has a blood pressure problem or diabetes problem, example, we cannot heavily rely on our herbal remedies because it may take prolonged time and depends on the one condition. So current medicine or Western medicine is very, very important. You can try with alternate medicine on side, slowly see how it works. Then you consult your doctor. Okay, maybe I would like to reduce the dose of my blood pressure medicine because I'm taking this. It looks like it is helping me. Or I have a diabetes, but my A1C is getting low. Now I'm doing this because that's why. But you cannot completely stop using Western medicine. Is very, very important.
So there you are. It's a very, very powerful message from an experienced person. Don't ignore your personal doctors. In consultation with them, there is a possibility that you can have alternative, complementary, or additional therapies that can work hand in hand. Rotary Goyal, over to you.
Yeah. And what you have mentioned about the knowledge-wise, I remember, although I was not at that much grow up at that time, my grandfather, who was a trained and qualified doctor, allopathy doctor from Presidency Medical College, Calcutta, which he has done early in the very early 1900 at that time. He was also trained and qualified in homeopathy as well as Ayurveda. And at that time, it was a really integrated thing. And that's why the doctors, earlier doctors were having knowledge along with the allopathy, the Ayurvedic and homeopathy. And they see the patient and the need of the patient, whether he can be treated or she can be treated by homeopathy or Ayurvedic or by allopathy. Now, the present government is also planning to start the similar way what we used to have earlier, that integrated medical education, where they are planning to have allopathy as well as Ayurveda combining degree. But there is a lots of resistance, but I'm sure the doctors will understand that if something is beneficial, whether it is yoga, meditation, or some herbal things to be taken, why not? After all, the doctor's motto is to see that the patient should be ready and he should be cured. So thank you very much, Jan Ratna, Rotarian Deepan Shah, for giving your views. And I'm sure that if we will take the proper way of our integrated and keep our health with a herbal or naturopath or Ayurveda or yoga or whatsoever the in the line, we can cure, we can keep our organs healthy, which is very much important, our tissues and organs healthy. And that's why we are working to create the organ donation awareness everywhere in the world. And thank you very much for joining us. Now I would like to introduce my last but not the least guest speaker, and she is Miss Astha Saxena. Miss Astha Saxena is a psycho-oncologist, the founder and director of Psycan Manovara Private Limited. Miss Astha is a member of the Counselors Council of India, IPOS, and non-oncology member of ASCO. She was trained in Rajiv Gandhi Cancer Institute and Research Center, New Delhi, and Metro Hospital and Cancer Institute, Preet Vihar, Delhi. She worked as a former consultant psycho-oncologist in Metro Cancer Institute, Faridabad. Ms. Astha was facilitated as a Young Achievers Award by Business World 30 Under 30. Welcome, Ms. Astha Saxena. Global Namaste to you. Ms. Astha Saxena, you have heard, okay, you have heard our earlier panelist, and now you have your PPT ready. So the floor is yours for integrated health by Ms. Astha Saxena, please.
Global Namaste to everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm excited to share some insight on integrated health, the missing piece in health, and why mental health can't be left behind. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to South Asian Health Action, Healing Our Herd, and Rotary Club of Organ Donation International for a kind invitation and for providing this wonderful platform. I'm Astha Saxena, founder and director of PsyCan. We are a mental health platform, but more than that, we are a movement to make therapy and emotional care accessible, ethical, and deeply human. When I was invited to speak about integrated health, my first thought was we are not integrating health, we are often segregating it. We treat the body like it's separate from the mind, but anyone who has ever had a sleepless night from stress, or felt their heart pound with anxiety knows that their mind speaks through their body loud and clear. Mental health isn't just about disorders. It's about your capacity to feel, to cope, and to love, to connect, to hope. It's how we carry pain, how we rebuild after loss, or how we face uncertainty. And in many ways, it is the invisible backbone of our lives. At PsyCan, we have seen it countless times. People come in with panic attacks that mimic heart attacks, or with chronic body pains, not only to discover unresolved trauma underneath. Your brain is a part of your body. Your emotions are floating in the air. They are wired in your nervous system. Same mental health issues can cause chronic fatigue, hormonal imbalance, weak immunity, and cardiovascular problems. And on the other side, cancer, diabetes, thyroid issues, these can deeply affect a person's sense of identity, self-worth, and mental state. One of the most powerful examples we work with at PsyCare is in the field of psycho-oncology, where we support individuals going through cancer, not just by medically, but emotionally. Because even as the body fights the illness, the mind carries the fear, the grief, and the loneliness. Integrated health means we finally stop asking, is it physical or mental, and start asking, what is the full picture here? People often imagine mental illness are dramatic or extreme, but it often starts subtle. Like you are snapping out at loved ones even though you don't mean to. You wake up tired no matter how much you sleep. You have stopped enjoying what once gave you joy. You feel like you're constantly under pressure even when nothing's wrong. These aren't flaws, these are flags, signs that your system is overwhelmed. Here's the hardest part, we don't always respond to those signs we care. We brush them off, we push through, we say, I'm just being weak. And society reinforces that. In India, more than 75% of people who need mental health support never get it. Why? Because of stigma, because of shame, because we still treat therapy like the last resort instead of a regular part of care. I'll give you an example. If your leg was in pain for 3 weeks straight, you would see a doctor, right? But on the other case, if your mind has been in pain for 3 months or 3 years, you will think a lot before going to a psychologist. But in reality, you deserve help just as much. Therapy isn't about being broken, it's about being human and getting the tool to live a life that feels lighter, clear, and more grounded. The most important part now, what integrated health really means. Integrated health isn't a new invention, it's actually a return to something we have always known. It isn't just about better coordination, it's about better care. At PsyCan, we have seen what happens when mental and physical care work together, and trust me, it works like a miracle. In our psycho-oncology work, we support patients through the emotional toll of cancer, fear of death, body image struggles, anticipatory grief, loss of identity, and survival's guilt. We realize a person is not just a body or diagnosis. We also support cancer caregivers who are often silently burning out. People are their story, their fear, their hopes, their environment, and their community. Mental and emotional support does not make people feel better, it improves treatment outcome, relationship, and quality of life. That's the heart of integrated health. We partner mental health care with physical realities, healing the body without abandoning the person inside it. Because healing isn't linear, but it is possible with the right support. There are some myths and facts going around related to counseling, and I would like to break them today. First is therapy is only for serious problems. No, not true. Therapy is for anyone who wants to feel better. Mental health issues are a Western concept. No, India has always been emotional wisdom. Our problem is access, not awareness. It's better to handle things on your own. We don't say this about cancer or heart disease. Then why we say about it depression? It's a integrated health isn't just a model, it's a movement. It asks us to foster greater integration, to collaborate, to listen, not just to symptoms, but to the human being behind them. It asks us to build bridges between doctors and therapists, between families and professionals, and most importantly, between your mind and your body. To everyone here, whether you are a health professional, a caregiver, a leader, or just someone curious, know this: mental health isn't a luxury, it's not optional. It is the missing piece in health, and it's time we bring it back in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Asta Saxena, for giving your very impactful PPT presentation. And you are saying that the mental health is very important. And you rightly said so, because until unless if a person is not mentally fit, his body will not act, and then definitely he or she will become sick. And for getting it cured, and I have seen so many patients, even if they are mentally very strong, their recovery time is very less than in comparison to those patients who are mentally weak, although they are far better medically, but their recovery time is more. So thank you very much. And I'm sure those who are watching this very important show today are getting so much knowledge from so many knowledgeable persons from different walks of society across the world. And this program, which is almost for 4.5 to 5 hours every Sunday, is really a very impactful program. And I'm sure that more and more viewers would like to watch this show. And on 3rd, as Mr. Neil Kumar has mentioned, on 3rd of August, we are going to have a very special program, because it's a organ donation day in India of 3rd of August. So we are going to observe that day on Healing Our Earth for the entire program. And during that program, there will be a special meeting of two Rotary clubs, Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, as well as Rotary Club of Organ Donation UK. They both will join hands and are going to have a common meeting on this topic and see how it can be done, so that the more and more people can be awareness can be created. As Ms. Asta Saxena was mentioning, that even for the mental health, awareness is required. I think awareness is also a key factor for the integrated health, whether it is Ayurveda, homeopathy, whether yoga or meditation or allopathy. Everywhere you require a awareness. So thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar and all the panelists, for giving us time and to give their views and giving the real information from the house's mouth. Thank you very much, and good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rotarian Lal Gohel. Asta, you were very clear with your call to action, very well presented. It was very right to the point, exactly call to action. This is where some of the presenters forget. So Asta, well done. You've got a good future ahead. Keep in touch with Rotarian Lal Gohel, and he will put you in touch with other Healing Our Earth people over here. Don't take my word for it. Let's take a quick comment from Anjali. Anjali, your comment on Asta's presentation in a minute, please.
Hi, Asta. It was a wonderful session. It talked and touched every basic point that mental health is so important, and we really need to, categorize that aspect also. And a lot of things around patients' health depends on the mental health. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anjali. Anakul, your quick comment on Anjali and other presenters, and then we move on to the USA, where our senior host is waiting for us for the next part.
That was a fantastic presentation by Dr. Asna Saxena. And there was one interesting thing. I was particularly thankful to Dr. Rashmi Kundarpur to tell us about the distinction between integrated health as opposed to integrated medicine. And it's a very important distinction that has to be taken into account, because integrated health can be contributed by various people, but when it comes to integrated medicine, there's a lot much more of work to be done between all of us. And that's where we all got to get together and work together. Number two is about Dr. Dipen Shah. We have talked about the microbiomes in the abdomen. We have to know and possibly make ourselves aware of use of pesticides in the various food that is being produced in the fields, and even the pesticides and antibiotics that are given to the animals, and we get the milk and other products from them. It is something that requires everybody has to be made aware of this fact, because we are eating a lot of food which kill the microbiomes which are natural to our body, and yet we are not aware of it, and people are not informed about it. Dr. Asna has been fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everybody, and thank you to Dipen Shah in New Jersey, Rajendra Agarwal. We missed your chat, Rajendra, because your internet was low, and Dr. Rashmi Kundalpur, you are all part of Healing Our Earth, and you're welcome anytime, every time, whenever, and however you like. Thank you very much.
Global.
Sharon in USA, Colorado, how are you? Global Namaste to you.
Global Namaste, Neil, and everyone here and everyone out there.
And it's wonderful. We've had a lovely session about integrated health. We had a lot of different speakers. And earlier, Anupul and Anjali engaged them. So what we will do now, straight away, I'm going to leave all three of you on the screen. I'm just going to pop out for a moment. If you could kickstart the video, let the video commence, and I'll be back and we will chit chat. And over to you in Creston, Colorado, Sharon Rose.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to show actually the first half of a beautiful wellness panel that we had here at our Crestone Energy Fair. You know, when we talk about energy here in the fair, we show different ways of building houses and all kinds of very interesting, innovative techniques.
We are looking forward to it, Sharon. If you kick it in, if you kick the video in, and then I can let you get on with it. So Sharon is going to show a presentation with multi people involved in it, with different people, and some of them have already been part of in person and live at Healing Our Earth. Enjoy. It's about 30 to 35 minutes, full of information. Creston Energy Fair, which will show you some integrated part as well. Over to you, Karen. Maximize the screen and get the play button on.
Our wellness panel this year is movement of energy. So thank you so much for joining us. We've got an amazing array of talent up here on the stage, and we are representing Tai Chi, yoga, ecstatic dance, Qigong, and sacred dancing, all of that. So thanks for joining us. I think it'll be a great panel, and I'm going to give the mic to Nick.
Good morning. I am Nick Navarez. I'm the producer of this year's Crestone Energy Fair, and I'm here to introduce this panel. Thank you so much. All right. So on stage, this year's wellness panel theme is movement of energy for wellness. The panel will cover insights on energy movement practices from experts including Qigong, Tai Chi, traditional ecstatic dance, martial arts, and yoga. Dr. Kim, ND, LAC, has been practicing and teaching natural medicine for over 30 years. She is a licensed naturopathic doctor, acupuncturist, medicinal herbalist, and Qigong instructor that is committed to healing with natural medicine. She has taught healing modalities for Shift Network, Healing Our Earth, and Qigong and yoga workshops worldwide. She is the founder of sacredunity.org, a nonprofit retreat center for body, mind, and spirit that will open in 2025 in Crestone. And now, Dr. Kim.
Thank you. Well, I feel very honored to have everybody here on the stage. And I know there's so many talented people in our community, and it was not out of thoughtlessness to ignore anyone else. I'm glad you guys got to experience things with Polina this morning. If you made the Nam yoga, that was amazing. We have so many people in Wellness Village, but I am very honored to bring just a variety of folks to the stage today. I'm not going to spend a ton of time doing a bio because I want them to talk about themselves just a little bit if they're up to that. But we have Sharon Rose, we have John Milton, we have Taiji Bill or Bill Smith, we have Cheney Signa Cheney, and we have Elza as well. And I'm going to kind of pass the mic to them. So where we're going to start today is just kind of sharing something about yourself and also your teachings as they relate to the movement of energy. And a lot of our speakers, and myself included, you know, obviously we work with breath work, we work with other types of meditative practices. So this is not exclusive of that. If you feel that that is something you'd like to talk about, please share. Because we know that movement is also breath and prana and chi. And so certainly we're going to do a little movement today, just a little bit. You know, we're a panel, but I think we can do a little. But if you would like to share something just about yourself, whether it's about your, you know, a little bit about your experience, because I definitely, a lot of people here in the audience in Crestone probably know most of these folks, but maybe you don't. And we have a lot of people on our live stream, and I would just really like to have you guys share a little bit, so if you don't mind. And you guys do have a mic. Who would like to start? Or do I have to pick someone? I can pick someone if you want. Sharon, you ready? Okay. Okay.
Global namaste to you all. About me. From an amazing childhood in ballet, theater, opera, New York dancer and modern dance, I discovered by synchronicity Indian classical dance and was given fellowships from our wonderful US government that does those kinds of things. To go to India and live with Sitara Devi, Bollywood star and Queen of North Indian dance, and that changed my life. I not only learned to embody all the myths, all the deities, even the demons of Indian classical mythology and spirituality, but learned yoga and deep, deep immersion in all of the India traditions, whether they be Hindu or Islamic. And from that immersion, I went into reconstructing the music, dance, and ritual from the temples of Egypt, and also studying the psychophysical method of neurosensory reeducation, and also craniosacral therapy, and on and on. I've been making films actually since '78, but we started our company Sacred Mysteries. In 2000, we've made many films about healing, shamanism, yoga, and more. And most recently, I'm finishing up with our dear Doug Beechwood, Quantum Chi. I've been working with for the last 7 years, Qigong masters, and also making music for the divine feminine. I'm on a big project. So I combined sacred movement, Qigong, and the sacred movement from many, many traditions. And I've seen the focus really is on healing and wellness. And I am thrilled, I must say that I am so thrilled about this drive now in the political world to make America healthy. Whatever you think of these people, what they're bringing to make us aware of what's happening to our children and to us in terms of the toxicity of the environment and the food and how we really can learn. And that's what I love about Kim and everyone here. We're really here to help bring wellness, true wellness to everyone. I'm Sharon Rose. Oh, and by the way, John Milton and our dear Kim are in Quantum Chi.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. I got involved with Qigong back in 1950s. It was a wonderful restorative, regenerative practice. And even as a teenager, it was an amazing thing to be introduced to that. And then life took me to a number of immersions in China and Japan and Asia in general, especially in the Himalayas. In fact, I taught Tai Chi in Nepal and Kathmandu for 5 or 6 years. It's a wonderful experience. I live here in Crestone now, and I'm the founder of a group called The Way of Nature. The focus of that includes the path of energy, but we also include the path of the heart and the path of wisdom. So we embrace these different lineages that honor those different pathways and try to integrate them into a way of common ground connection to outer nature, inner nature, and true nature. And the purpose behind that is to provide a much deeper foundation for the environmental movement and regenerative initiatives around the planet. I was very involved in the old days helping get the Environmental Policy Act established, came up with the first proposal for that in the 60s, and I've been very much involved with the environmental movement ever since those early days when we helped to birth it in the 60s. It seems like we are entering a new phase when we need a much deeper spiritual foundation for regenerative society, as Sharon was mentioning. So we like to think that the way of nature is one pathway that provides a kind of regenerative system of deep connection to your home ecosystem, to the plants and the animals and the beings of nature that are part of your territory. And the processes we've pioneered have to do with bonding with outer nature, so it's becomes part of your family. When you have a family relationship with nature, your whole attitude towards other life forms and other species shifts. So that's been a core focus for our work. And it also focuses on universal practices to connect with true nature and source. So it's been a great adventure opening up this way of nature process. And we're based here in Crestone as our main home base. We also have the 300-acre Sacred Land Sanctuary just north of town, and we hold all of our retreats up there. In fact, I came down here today in the middle of an energy cultivation retreat, utilizing the techniques from Castaneda, Qigong, Tai Chi, and cultivation practices from Tibet like Salong and then purification breaths. And it's been wonderful to see. In fact, most of the members of my retreat are going to be coming down here to honor the expression of this kind of concept in solar energy, wind energy, and the renewable energy movement that this beautiful gathering so fantastically represents. So that's a little bit about my path and why I'm here. Help a bit.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Smith. I've been doing Tai Chi since the mid-'80s, and I will tell you that I started in Shotokan Karate, and in the mid-'80s I was training Shotokan in a wonderful place called Bisbee, Arizona. And I was training in a building called the Golden Flower Building. It was owned by this mysterious shadow figure named John P. Milton. And it took a minute, and through my Shotokan instructor, I actually got to meet John, and my other first teacher was Bill Stevens. Hey, Bill. And he's not with us on this earth any longer. But so I got my start with John. I spent my first 5 years of Tai Chi practice in his school in Bisbee and then continued on. In 1993, my Tai Chi path shifted dramatically. I met Grandmaster David Chin, and I became a formal disciple of his, and I trained with him up until his passing in 2020. And so I've been teaching full-time since 1992. I've done a couple of university research projects as a consultant for Tai Chi for older adults, and Tai Chi for Parkinson's patients. And I currently also live in Crestone, and I am enjoying my life. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Signa. I started practicing yoga when I was 18, and that was in 1988. So I've been studying and practicing a variety of styles of yoga for the past 36 years. I'm 54 now. I always feel like one of the best things that happened to me was finding yoga at that point in my life. I was also a dancer. I've been a dancer all my life. I've always been in dance classes. I've studied different kinds of belly dance, African dance, jazz, modern. Never really did ballet, but somehow circumventing that helped me not have a form that liberated me later, maybe. Well, in the 90s, when I was in college, I got super into movement medicine. I started studying Gabriel Roth. I got into open floor. There's actually a form called movement medicine, but what all of my experience, I was also an athlete all of my life. So since the age of 6, I played basketball and soccer and did some track and some softball. So a lot of experience in my life moving in different ways, and all of that has brought me to a place where one of my greatest joys is my own sort of very unique yoga practice, which looks a lot like breath work and sound work with movement. And I really enjoy ecstatic dance, just moving authentically. My goal with movement is always to first come to a place of stillness and presence with myself. And then as I begin to move with all these different tools and practices that I've learned over my life, to access what is really needed and what is going to be healing for me. So I'm really honored to be here and to share with you. And I think that when we think about movement, it's nice to think about movement medicine, that we all have this available to us, and that we let the movement begin wherever we're at. It doesn't matter if we have a history of movement or not. We all have this body that speaks to us, and we have a way of moving that takes us into feelings of release and transformation and just feeling better and feeling good.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. It's such an honor to be with the wisdom and the embodiment that is here on this panel. My name is Elzabieta. I began my journey with Qigong and movement therapeutically 24 years ago in my late teens. I was practicing a system of energy medicine and got connected into Qigong as a way to support cultivation of my clinical work that I was doing in various wild places, I'll say. I grew up in Denver and lived up and down Colfax my whole life, worked in community health education, and worked with some pretty high-risk populations, difficult spaces that people had found themselves in, and kind of got thrown to the wolves as a teenager doing energy medicine in jails and halfway houses. And really, at the beginning of my career, I started to understand how movement, when restricted, is really the source of distortion and disease and breakdown in our bodies. And so from that very early experience of working with Qigong, working with energy medicine, studying classical Chinese medicine, I started to become fascinated with the process of how movement is the organizing principle of our reality, whether that be the movement of our thoughts, the movement of how our blood or our qi flows through our being, or how we actually stand in ourselves and move. So my fascination with movement continued to martial arts. It continued to Rolfing and gait repatterning and working with movement as a therapy, not only for myself, but for my clients, as a way that, like what Signa said, is each one of us has our own unique relationship to how we move. And we all have the birthright to move with ease and to move with grace and to move with flow. And even people who are the most down and out or the most accomplished and evolved within their capacity can continue to grow in the expression of movement, whether that be physically, energetically, or even emotionally. So I'm excited to be here and excited to hear all the wisdom that is about to get dropped on you guys out there listening about, you know, how we can all wake this up within ourselves. It's a birthright. It's just an opportunity to choose. I think in each of these pathways that you guys talked about is there are ways that we can open. So I'm excited to connect more.
Thank you. And I love that everybody was bringing up, because you know, as I'm thinking about movement of energy panel, just bringing up, like all of you did, whether it's breathing, connection with nature, healing work with people. You know, I think about just needling people and moving chi and just how important that shift is for people. And it can be done on a subtle body level and a real physical level as well. So thank you for bringing that up, because, you know, I always learn as I do these panels too. So I appreciate it. So my next question, and you guys feel free to elaborate as much as you want. How do you individually feel sacred movement practices help people reach a state of wellness? And I think some of you already touched on that so far. But you know, just a little exploring about what you've seen maybe in your practices and your work with people, that as they start to do some of these practices, how they might be changing and how their lives, I mean, I think we all probably have a story of more than one, and maybe our own story about how our own movement experience changed and shifted us, you know, either out of a stuck pattern or just seeing the world in a bigger way. But I kind of want to touch on that with each of you. So the question again was, and feel free to elaborate, how sacred movement practices have helped you and others reach a state of wellness, maybe a story, a personal story, or of a student or an experience you might have had. So thank you. And we can go the other way. Elza, if you want to start, it's fine, or we can.
So what comes up for me is actually watching my students move in the dojo. So when I started teaching karate, I realized it was kind of an extension of my clinical work with people, teaching them how to be embodied and be connected. And the martial arts path, as it relates to the structure and the function of our body, requires us to maintain balance. It requires us to have horizontal alignment and vertical alignment. And when my little students come in at age 3, they come in and they're wild and they're running all over the place and they're spinning in circles and they're having so much expression within themselves. And then when you teach them how to anchor their energy, how to stand in alignment, and you watch that expression have a direction or a orientation to like a channel of expression, it allows for this sense of organization and this sense of embodiment and this sense of power and this sense of connection to something almost bigger than themselves. So watching the little ones have these connections to what alignment means for each of our own tensegrity, our alignment in our posture, our alignment in our movement at this very young age. And then you see when they get to be 6 or 7 or 16 or even, you know, growing up in the dojo, their potential that translates to how they walk in the world and how they can actually carry that potential as a source of expression, whether that be they're an artist or they're, you know, very interested in engineering or math or something that is, you know, requiring them to cultivate some sort of knowledge or awareness. When they have a physical connection to how to move energy in their body, they walk with confidence, which I think is such an important thing for our wellness, to feel like we belong, to feel like we have purpose. They express with ease, which is another important element for us to feel like our uniqueness can be brought out to the world, and give and receive can be in a balanced state. And so this idea of having these young people cultivate a connection to themselves so that they can really be embodied as they grow into their bodies and grow into their expression of themselves, it's as if they have already set the tone for what wellness means, because on a holistic level they're like tuned up and ready to express themselves.
Oh, you know, when I think about that, I think that, I feel, and my experience is that we are many facets. Humans, we're like a great mandala, each one of us. There's so many parts of us. And the two most dominant parts seem to be the mind and the physical body. And we dance through our life, we grow, we have experiences, and the mind is always this thing that we're in relationship with. It's like, this is a supercomputer. I'm supposed to be in control of this supercomputer, but so many times it's in control of me, right? So we have that experience of practices or getting into nature that allow our minds to be calm and quiet and at ease, and we come back to our true essence. And then we have our bodies, which when we're in pain, it sucks. Like being in pain is a very real experience. When our bodies are in pain, everything is affected. We're kind of locked into this prison. And you had used the word sacred movement practices, which I love that invitation to ask ourselves, what is sacred movement to me, to you? And I translate that to be ancient practices. Practices have been around for a long time that have wisdom that we can learn from, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. I have found that being in structures, systems of movement, and learning them and trying them and having a newness of like, okay, I'm going to learn this hatha style of yoga or kundalini yoga, and they're very, very different. And let me start by just really trying to learn what these teachers are offering to me. And then I have experiences I've never had before, and I go places in my body that I didn't know I could go. And the unhinging of the emotional realms and the spiritual realms of feeling connected to spirit happens through the body. So much of our unhinging, our unlocking really does happen through the body. The release of the mind, the monkey mind, it happens through the body. So if we can find an art, a movement art that we feel drawn to or feels enjoyable or gives us something, it's a very powerful choice to give time to that. It's easy for us to stay in the mind world, be on the to-do list. We're kind of trained to be that way in our society and our school systems. So choosing to be a person who wants movement medicine for myself or for you, for yourself, is a very powerful choice. And it does require some time. And I loved, as a young person, sampling so many different movement arts. And what I moved towards was the ones that I really enjoyed, because those are the ones I stuck with. And these bodies are vehicles of sensation. We are a very unique creature in that we can smell things, we can taste things, we can see things, we can feel things. And even the most subtle feeling, like just right now, just notice the sunshine on your skin. And notice the breeze if it comes by and just whispers across your face, into your hair. It's very sensual. And this sensual part of us is very repressed in general in our society. And in the movement arts, I find that it puts me in touch with my core essence that wants to experience pleasure, that wants to experience freedom, that wants to make noise, that wants to breathe deeply. And all of my life, I would consider that I've been a movement artist or a movement practitioner. And the most powerful, powerful piece of that for me, like you ask sacred movement, what does that do? It has become sacred for me when I turn on the breath and I turn on sound. I can do anything that's movement oriented, and if I'm not activating my breath or plugging into some sort of breath work that I'm aware of, or even just expanding what my breath is doing naturally, I'm missing out. So if I can move my body, expand my breath, and then, wow, let's bring in some sound. This huge awakening can happen in terms of my own body healing itself.
Well said. I'm going to tell a couple stories. The first one is my story. I was in my late teens. I was 19 years old, and I was in a working rock band, and everything went completely sideways, and I quit the band, quit the people, quit the party, quit everything. And I did yoga and meditation for a full year to get my health and my sanity back on track. And that's where I discovered the power, the healing power of movement. I want to definitely credit Hatha Yoga and give a shout out to Lilius Folan and PBS, because that's where I would practice. The only place in the 80s, that's the only place to find it, right? So I'm sitting there practicing. I can remember the first time I really did a bridge posture and how it changed my breath, changed my whole process. And so I kind of found that for myself in that way. Later, as I got into the Tai Chi world, and that frankly was like coming home from all the things I've been doing that part. As soon as I felt that Tai Chi world, it was just like this. I don't care if it takes all of this life and half of the next. I'm going to figure out how to do this, right? So it really hit me that way. And so if you find something in your life, movement-wise, that resonates with you that strongly, follow that. It's like, listen. So fast forward, I'm teaching Tai Chi for professionally, and I'm working with a whole bunch of different people, and I had this insight, two insights. First one was, as a child, as a baby, nobody ever teaches you how to move. They encourage you to take steps. And then later in life, maybe you learn some karate do or some dance or something of that nature, sports, and then we learn movement through those kind of stylized movement through those activities. And but otherwise, everything else we know about movement, we're just imitating the adults around us. That's, I always say, imitating the totally integrated, well-balanced adults around us. Yeah. Okay. Well, so it was like I say, I was fairly deep in my process before I really came to that understanding of what is movement and how are we learning it, and what role does it play in culture, and so in a lot of ways, a lot of the ways we hold our body is a mirror of that enculturation, and to find true freedom means to break out of that. So I ran across a gentleman, Dr. Robert Glazer. He was the head of the Florida Bioenergetic Society. He studied directly with Alexander Lowen in the bioenergetic movement, and right. And so, and through that process, and also through the what Signa mentioned about the emotions, through the Tai Chi world, really getting that elegant system of codification we call the 5 elements, and how that plays out in every aspect of our existence. So I was working with a student, a particular student, and she came to me 2 months into her Tai Chi practice with me and said, every time you say to put my mind in my lower abdomen, all I see is a black pit of despair. And I was like, oh my God, it's like, this is terrible. And I didn't know what to do with it. So I found Dr. Bob, and we worked some things out. I did some bioenergetics for myself, and eventually this woman found a path that led her back into a series of memories of why she could not put awareness into this region of her body. And that blew my world apart as far as, wow, the body is this amazing repository of our vitality and our life force and our spirit in form, but it also becomes this storehouse for everything that's ever happened to us, good, bad, or ugly. And if you're doing any kind of motion, I always say, it's like if you're relaxing these larger muscle bodies, at some point or another, you're going to have to acknowledge the emotional content in there, even if it's to say bye. It's like so you don't have to wallow in it. But sometimes there's pieces of it that really need to be addressed specifically in order to make a progress. So I'll tell one more story. So I was teaching at a senior healthcare center, and this is people 75 plus. And there was a woman there, a lovely lady, and it was in her early 80s. And when she first started, her husband would park the car as close to the door to the room as possible and help her up the curb. And he had to open the door. The door was too heavy for her to push. Right? So we get into our process, and 6 or 8 months down the road, they were parking at the end of the parking lot. She's striding down the sidewalk, boom, blow that door open. But there was one pivotal moment that I'll always remember that linked it together for me. one morning, we were a Monday morning class, as I always start with, oh, how was your weekend? And this lady says very sweetly, she says, I went into the ocean for the first time. And I was like, all right, first time this year or first time ever? And she was like, ever. She had been a lifelong asthmatic, had been totally terrified of the water or getting into water at all. And for some reason, she was able to do it. And I was like, oh, and it's just all these lights went off. I was like, okay, so what's the water? There's the water element, right? So we're doing Tai Chi and Qigong, which is helping your kidneys and developing that kidney channel, the dominant channel in your legs, and then she could actually go into the water. And I was like, this is amazing, right? So that's kind of my path, just to watch that process of people unfold. I think you had said elegantly to start where you are, wherever it is in the movement process, and pick it up from there. If you can find a place, jump into it and go. And thank you.
Well, sacred movement. It's interesting that in my own case, a lot of the movement experience arose from when I was 7 years old. I went out and did my first period of a week alone in the wilderness. I grew up on a family farm in New Hampshire, and we were surrounded by wild places in the White Mountains. And I noticed when I went out that the animals, the plants, all the beings of nature began to come close and become very intimate, friendly, and not have any fear. And I began to realize that I was part of a much larger family than the immediate biological family. It was a much bigger context that I was beginning to get to know at a much deeper level. We ran a pretty tough farm up there. We did haying by hand, and a lot of it was pretty hard physical work. And I hadn't had much chance to really go deeper into what nature was. So through that early vision quest experience, I began to realize that there were secrets held by nature that I was only beginning to realize. As time went on, I began doing this about once, twice, sometimes 3 or 4 times a year, including a month-long retreat in the Olympic Mountains in Washington when I was 16. And I had been a salmon fisherman. Then when I finished my job, I went to the Olympics, spent a month in the middle of the Olympic range, meditating, going deep into nature, and just feeling the harmony and balance of nature. And one of the things I learned was that nature holds in a sense, a kind of balanced and integrated way. Even when it's stormy or hurricaning or cycloning, there's an inherent balance in nature that is an equivalent balance to what is the potential in our own bodies and in our own energy systems. I began to be fascinated by how nature expressed that through movement, the way the aspen trees twinkle in the fall when they're turning orange, the way the water curls when it's moving down a beautiful stream, the way the wind sounds when it's rustling in the grass. I was over in Denmark teaching recently, and I was amazed by these beautiful fields of grass and how they wave so perfectly with the wind, absolutely in perfect balance and harmony. And I began to realize that there was a potential for the same thing in ourselves. We co-evolved with nature over millions of years. Every cell in our body co-evolved with natural patterns and natural processes. How could we come back into a relationship with those things and begin to express it through our movement? And through that, I began to become entranced by sacred movement. Sacred meaning we were moving in harmony with the beauty of outer nature and the harmony of outer nature, and also touching into the deep stillness, spaciousness, and clarity of the inner space of our source being, which is really the source nature of ourselves. So I began to explore how movement could point us back into the inner stillness and silence and space, and also to do movement that began to reinvigorate the kind of connection to the elements that Bill was just mentioning. And out of that came my engagement with Tai Chi and Qigong and a number of other systems of sacred movement, which I began to find has common principles of movement and connection. And so a lot of my life has been about how to essentialize those common ground principles of deep connection to ourselves and to nature. More recently, we've been utilizing movement in a process of exploring how the blockages and the obscurations when we come out of balance through cultural challenges and family challenges, maybe ancestral patterns, how we begin to hold those blockages in our physical body, in our energy body, in our chakras, our meridians, our vessels, in our essential energy body, the chakras and the meridians, in the emotional body that holds many of these patterns that then express through the physical body, and then in the mental body that begins to hold the belief systems and the contractions and the tensions that then express in the energy body and emotional body and begin to manifest in physical symptoms in the physical body. And then I went a little deeper with it and began to take a look at the ancestral patterns. Now, some of those ancestral patterns could create the mental blockages and obscurations that then fed on through all the systems until they finally reached the physical body. Then I went a little deeper and began to take a look at the cultural influences from modern media and began to be impressed by how powerful with our modern communication systems, these cultural patterns could be expressed, creating tension, obscuration, blockage, and impedance to the natural flows that was a part of our potential. And then finally, I began to notice there were even karmic traces that were carried along through one lifetime to another. So a group of us got together and spent 5 years exploring those levels from physical body to energy body to emotional body to mental body to ancestral pattern body to the body of cultural influence and the actual karmic traces that pass along through lifetimes. How could we release those? And we began to embody sacred movement patterns to release it to all those levels from physical on out to karmic trace. It took us 5 years to go through that and apply a number of techniques. We developed about 12 that we applied to each of those levels of the bodies that we are part of our makeup. And all of those did one basic common ground thing. They returned us back in the direction of the innate natural harmony that's our birthright. This is part of what we basically, we have all this in us. We're essentially perfect. And we have lost that perfection by becoming increasingly complicated and obscured. If we can find a way back to that natural simplicity, that's a great pathway. And movement is a key element in that recovery of the natural simplicity of our inherent birthright, of the harmony and beauty and joy of life. If you ask a Taoist master, I recently went over to China and spent several months with a number of the main Taoist monasteries in China, and with Din Din, for some of you who know her. She hosted me over there. If you ask a Taoist master, and I asked this question in a number of the monasteries, probably went to 6 or 7 of the main ones in China. The response when I asked this question, what's the real meaning of this lifetime? What are we here for? And the universal response I got was, we are here to enjoy this incredible gift of this lifetime. And to enjoy that, if we can remove the obstacles and the obscurations and rediscover what's our innate potential, what a fantastic thing that is. So the way of nature that's basically what we're up to these days. And thank you for your attention.
I'm doing mine. Well, let's see. I came into this life extremely emotional, and my mother put me into all of these arts classes so that I had a vehicle. And I am so grateful because it's given me a path through movement, through sound, through mudra, through all of these expressions to really walk the path of integration. And I've been so blessed to be part of living traditions of India, of, well, Egypt, sort of, and Qigong, and healing traditions, and Middle Eastern, and all of that. So the big turning point, let's go back a little. In college, I was introduced to improvisation. And we would work with emotions. My master's thesis was on emotions and movement. And I had my students, it was improvisation, always within structure, so that you had structure in order to become free. And so we would do things like, what does it feel like? Show me anger. And everyone would do their anger, right? And I'd say, well, how does that feel in your body? What is going on with you? Or we would do, Shanti, peace. And what does that feel? And how does that feel different from anger? And then when I got to India and learned living with the living legend, Sitara Devi was extraordinary blessing. And there I encountered what we know as the tantric teachings, tantra in the aspect of embodying the highest aspects of yourself. These deities, they are just the highest aspects of your own being. And so I learned to embody, like if I'm feeling anger, I can become Durga, the great goddess of power and beauty, or even Shiva, the great god of transformation. And then I took that as I went out into the world and learned all these cultures. And I learned about, as we talked about, I think it was Signa, sensuality. Sensuality is our birthright, senses fully open. And I learned that true sensuality is a deeply, deeply spiritual experience. So when I learned to embody the Kundalini energy rising, or the beauty of Lakshmi, or from Egypt, Isis with her wings of light representing the fully enlightened energy body. And I looked from culture to culture at the symbols and myths and saw all of these connections that we have as human beings. And then Qigong. And that kind of brought the beauty of the flow, which I had encountered in romantic ballet. But it's a flow of the chi, a flow of the Shakti, a flow bringing that chi, that life force, that prana into the body for healing. And feeling that chi flowing through every cell. And then turning that into a song and dance of Guan Yin, the great healer, Guan Yin, the bodhisattva of compassion. In one hand, she holds a willow branch, showing that we should be flexible and fluid. And the other, she holds the nectar, the amrit, the nectar of life, the nectar of healing. This is sacred movement. The union of the flow, the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum with her, so we're singing in, and the rhythm, and the grace, and the open-heartedness to receive from every tree, every plant, the true connection with nature and the cosmos. And then how to weave all this together into a beautiful healing modality.
Well done, Sharon. A nice long super recording, exchanging ideas about mindfulness. So, how was it received by the audience? Sharon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, they loved it. They loved it. You know, here in Crestone, you can tell we're kind of, well, actually, our focus is very similar to healing our earth. You know, we're here to bring the world together and to heal ourselves and be one with nature. And so the focus here is that with all of these temples, all of these cultures, all of these traditions. And, you know, we weave that together to create harmony and beauty on the planet. That's why we're here. And so the audience was they really enjoyed it. You know, there was more, but that's a little of what we were talking about. And it's interesting when I watch it and I see how we all bring together so many different experiences and of how movement and yoga and tai chi and qigong and all of these different forms can bring us to a place of harmony and beauty within ourselves and the outer world.
Yes, it's beautiful, different facets, different culture, bringing it together. Let's take a quick comment from our Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, and then we close with a nice Gayatri mantra from you, Sharon. Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, you were watching it all the time. What was going on in your mind?
Amazing. Everyone spoke so well and in details. And I mean, I wish I was a part of it. You know, so even I could participate, probably do some asana or something like that and contribute something. You know, I was thinking, I wish I was also there with you, because it's so very well organized and everybody spoke so well. And you also conveyed what you need to convey very perfectly to everyone. So I was delighted. I enjoyed every bit of it.
And everybody was calm and collective, and they really enjoyed themselves. And Sharon, next week at Healing Our Earth, Middle Age for Women. It's a Glow Women episode. Crises, care, and concerns. Whatever goes in life and mind of middle-aged women and beyond, we want to bring some tips, knowledge, and education to people. So again, it's a very good subject. It's for women to get tips and everything, and for men to get educated, so you understand whether it's a women friend or a woman partner of yours or any woman that you are connected to. So it's not just for women, although it's a part of a Glow Women Self-Care episode, Middle Age, Crisis, Care, and Concerns. So that will be a good episode, Sharon.
Definitely.
And you will be a good guidance as well. So as we bid goodbye to all of our contributors and our panelists, and Ankul has been there right from the beginning too as well. And Meeta has been there, and Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. We love you all. And Sharon, a nice Gayatri mantra from you, and we can wind up.
Oh. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Yo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi